First slide was a room with dirty wallpaper, dolls on a shelf. There were a lot of dolls. The house was empty. No one lived there. We played there a lot. It was our secret fry house. I went to school with Neil. Some kids called him Nosebleed Neil. Note, likely Neil Hausenberg, missing. It was mean. He had asthma. Tom, note, most likely Tom Barlew, missing. And his gang Freddy, likely Frederick Bartool, also missing. Hugo, no one by this name was found in public records, bullied him. We brought Neil to the dump to play. Unconfirmed existence of additional slide. Designation house. Sorry for the start, or the late start. My lunch was late in getting here. Excuse me. Which sucked, for obvious reasons. Was also a good thing for obvious reasons. I'll tell you why in a moment.
You're listening to America Overnight, celebrating 29 years, shining a light in the shadows. Thanks for staying with us. Here's our first caller.
Hi. What I'm about to tell you, if they found out, I don't know what would happen.
If who found out, brother?
The men in the suits. They told me it was an industrial accident, but this is something else. Something nobody talks about. Ordinary.
This certainly doesn't sound very ordinary.
Hold on. I can barely hear that under the frickin' sound effects.
You're listening to America Overnight, celebrating 29 years, shining a light in the shadows. Thank you for staying with us. Here's our first caller.
Hi. What I'm about to tell you, if they found out, I don't know what would happen.
If who found out, brother?
The men in the suits. They told me it was an industrial accident, but this is something else. Something nobody talks about. Ordinary.
This certainly doesn't sound very ordinary, caller.
No, not ordinary. Ordinary. It's a town. And it wasn't an industrial accident. I mean, that's what they said, but that's bullshit.
Whoa, please watch the language, caller. It may be 2 a.m., but we're still a family show.
I'm sorry. It's just, my brother lived there. They said the town was destroyed, but it wasn't. I went there. The people are gone, but the town's there. It's still there.
So the population of an entire town disappears, yet the town remains. Tell me, was the phrase, "there is no salvation," written anywhere?
I'm not sure.
The same thing happened in Brazil in 23, a village called Hor Verde. More than 600 people just up and left. The government said they were fleeing guerrilla forces, but we know the truth. A mass abduction, as predicted by my regular guest, Dr. Quincy Reagan.
Abduction? You mean aliens? That's bullshit! I know they're lying!
Now, I warned you about the language, caller. I'm afraid we're gonna have to cut you off. And good timing, too. It's time for a short break. Hang in there. America Overnight will be right back.
Alright, I've got a 373 on this person. We've got a trace on his call. He's at this location. Get him within 15 minutes. Over.
Ordinary.
I actually admit... Ooh.
I mean...
I admit that I'm coughing a lot. Because I literally just finished eating. I find the story idea of a government agency that's doing suspicious, shady stuff because they're legitimately benevolent and are trying to help save people kind of interesting. Like, you don't see that in fiction. They're always evil, right? There's always some kind of shady whatever, and it's just, nah, that's cool. Yes, I have, Nexus of Concordia. But what I've also heard is something extraordinary. Did you know that I have in my hands a latte, which I am told is milk mixed with coffee? Now, it certainly smells very good. I haven't tried it yet. Am I supposed to just drink it through this hole?
Green aliens. That's bullshit. I know they're lying.
Now I will beat up the language scholar. I'm afraid we're gonna have to cut you off. Good timing too. It's done.
I mean, you can't take Men in Black seriously, though. That's the problem, Jesse Ward. Because Men in Black is wacky and slapstick. I'm not tasting any milk, I'll be honest. It's still warm, at least, which was the goal. An AWE occurred in the town of Ordinary, caused by an object of power, the slide projector OOB-15, discovered by local children at the dump outside of town. When a specific set of slides are used in the projector, the projected images open doorways to other dimensions. Multiple slides were used by the children, resulting in the disappearance of the town's adult population. In August 30th, 2002, siblings Dylan Faden, 10 years old, and Jesse Faden, 11 years old, were playing at the local dump when they found the discarded slide projector. A team led by Director Trench and Dr. Darling arrived at the site on September 14th. The AWE had ended, but the team had found the Faden children, who led them to the slide projector and the slides, which had been burned with the exception of one. Jesse escaped when the agents attempted to detain the pair. In total, 17 surviving individuals were found in the town, all of them brought in for questioning and tests. Hey, Rex. Well, that's a good question, Robostall.
There is a curious correlation with the yet unknowable forces intruding upon our world, in the form of altered world events. These forces gravitate toward archetypal objects, a gun, a television, a supposedly haunted house. So clearly humanity affects this process. Our collective unconscious is a map of sorts. We hold the key, but we don't know how to use it. We create these archetypes through everyday life, popular culture, urban legends, but we are observing and influencing a complicated system in action. We can change the likelihood of something being a receptacle for these forces just by thinking about it. But we haven't found a method to control the outcome. And yet, there's something unique in us, in our dreams, in the conceptual reality with power with our minds. What's the cause and what's the effect? Are we the starting point or just a necessary evil in this? A byproduct, a reflection, a projection? You'll struggle to find the answers to these hard questions. Or die trying.
Quite literally. Speaking of which. So this is the kind of game I'm playing, Robostall. Hang on. Let me hover and create my psychic shield before I go forwards any. Because there's some enemies up here and we need to deal with them. That's the kind of game this is, in brief summation. Honestly, no, I don't, Nexus of Concordia. I've been thinking about the hiss for my entire time playing it, and every conclusion I've come up with so far is something I'm going to tell you later. I was going to say, Rex, so you remember how you actually suggested this and I agreed that we should wait on this until I was playing on the nuclear submarine? This game runs extremely smoothly on the nuclear submarine. Like, I know you can't see this because Twitch stream, but there is a stupid amount of detail there, which is just butter smooth in all the little debris bits. Aw, looks like this area isn't destructible. Some of it is. I mean, look at that. Anyways, moving on. Ordinary Stage 2. After what happened at the school, Mrs. Chester, we started spying on Tom and saw where they took the projector. Tom and his troglodytes were using the Sled Hill Cave as their headquarters, and that's where the projector was. They'd been using the temple slide. We called it that, but it was really a broken concrete thing, like a warehouse or a bomb shelter or something. Very dark. The Not Mother lived here with her babies, children, I don't know. She was feeding Tom and the others her milk, and they were changing into monsters. We called them dung monkeys. I will never learn Control Magister. Never! Okay, maybe a little bit. We'll get some health back.
Annual evaluation of Dylan Faden, formerly P6, performed by Dr. Carla Vaughn. The questions asked here correspond to the 5th iteration of the Gunner's psychological assessment. Are you ready, Dylan? Let's begin then. In a single word, describe the world around you.
Where's Casper?
Dr. Darling is out of the building today.
He's never out. He didn't want to come, did he? He never visits, not since Roberts. Tell Darling it wasn't my fault. I couldn't control it yet, but I can now. I learned. Will you tell him?
In a single word, describe the world around you.
A prison. A cold, empty prison. Not even a poster on the wall.
What is the next number in the sequence 3, 6, 9, 12, 15?
18.
What day is it today?
How the hell would I know? It's not like you give me a calendar.
You find a rabbit in the woods. It is breathing, but not moving. You cannot see any blood. What do you do?
Leave it.
Expand on that.
It doesn't matter. The rabbit's not real. None of it's real.
What day is it today?
Do you enjoy asking people questions that can't be answered? Is this what gets you up in the morning? What you dreamed of doing as a scared, stupid little girl?
Can you describe a dog to me?
In ordinary, we had a friend. Nosebleed Neil. And when it all went crazy, you know what I mean. Nosebleed Neil turned into a dog. Or something like a dog.
What day is it tomorrow?
Fuck off! I don't know! There is no calendar! How can I fucking know?
Dylan, calm down.
Fuck you! Fuck you and fuck Casper! Hey! Are you watching this, you old fuck? Did you send your bitch because you're too scared of me? Where is Casper?
Security, get a team in here. I need...
You know, I honestly think if not for Trench, that might have worked out for him. Because Trench is... Yikes. I'm starting to feel more and more that Trench is behind a lot of the problems going on around here. Not even deliberately, just by nature of who and what he was. The second slide we called Meadow, but it was really just an empty lot with a bunch of weeds. There was a shack and a phone line. It smelled like flowers there. It was powerful, intoxicating. We had crazy dreams there. Must have been because of the smell. I didn't like it. Didn't like losing control. In the dreams, everything was melting. And then we'd come out, everything had melted around the projector. Neil was really into it. We found out he'd been going there more and more on his own. Then Tom beat the secret out of Neil and found the projector. He and his goons took it. We thought Neil had gotten lost inside the meadow and Tom changed the slide, but that's not what happened. And yeah, I know this is going to sound really weird, but these people, for the most part, are more legit than not. Let me try to explain that a little bit. I've seen in real life, but mostly in fiction, when you have the person who's being imprisoned scenario, and they're being questioned because they're dangerous. Usually the questioner is a lot more evil than these people are, to put it bluntly. A random example. There's a short story in StarCraft, which I highly recommend people read if you haven't, which was setting up the Heart of the Swarm expansion. It's about a medic who has recovered from a colony where the Zerg swarm had evolved the Banelings in order to be even more terrifying than before. And that person who was interrogating her was a lot more evil than this. And in fact, they were going to have her go to a second, substantially less polite interrogator immediately after that, if not for the fact that she killed them all. It's a good short story. That's what I'm trying to say. And yeah, to go to a far more typical example, Mr. Anderson. Yeah. Now, I'm not trying to say that these shrinks knew what they were doing and that they weren't making things wrong. I'm just saying it's interesting that they're adding that nuance, for lack of a way to put it, that shading, to make it less obviously evil, which is what fiction usually does with this archetype.
Let's see what they have on order.
Oh god, yeah. The frickin' Cerberus jackasses for, Jack in
All here. Our home,
Mass Effect.
our school, the woods, the dump.
Oh yeah, that's a good example too, Zach Deft. Speaking of which, I did have a chance to watch that trailer during the lunch break. Very generic, but I'm actually kind of interested in the story since it looks like it happens after Halo 4, if I was tracking that correctly. At the very least, it happens after Halo 3. What I want to know is, what purpose was there in asking him about the date? Like, I know that sounds weird. Usually I can track a shrink's... by the way, if you ever hear me use the phrase shrink, I'm using that as a deliberate derogatory, because screw them. There are good psychiatrists and there are good psychologists, hence the distinction. Anyways, usually when I hear a shrink ask questions in these kind of things, I can usually at least divine why they're asking them. I have no idea what Carla was on about by constantly asking about the date. Other than to gauge emotional response, maybe? So, here's the outside of town. This is stage 4 interaction. There's stage 3. Stage 2. And over there is stage 1. Yeah, like I said, Dream Whisperer, if you ever hear me say this phrase shrink, it's an insult. Yeah, I called the dude Shrink in GTA 5, too, if you remember that. I feel like I just answered that, Zach Baff, but to repeat myself, it's interesting, and it sounds like they're taking the story forward, which I'm curious about. Stage 3. Tom and the others had gotten worse, scarier. The math teacher, Mrs. Chester, tried to make them listen, and they pushed over a piano on her, broke her legs. Then Tom bashed her head in. Bye-bye, Mrs. Chester. I always liked her. I liked math. That's him, by the way. Her response is, that was the tipping point. It was Lord of the Flies levels of bad. The grown-ups realized something was wrong. The police came and literally dragged Tom and Hugo the others away. Tom was screaming that the not mother would make them all go away. They enacted a curfew for every kid to ordinary. Mom and Dad were pissed, asking us about the dump, about everything. I remember wanting them gone like Tom had said, and when we woke up in the morning, pretty much all the adults had just vanished. Was I responsible? Did I don't know. 2 things. First, notice the lack of empathy from Dylan and the presence of empathy in whatever our character's name is. I still can't remember her name. Jesse, that's it, in Jesse. First point. That's been true in all of these, but that's really throwing it on the wall there. Second point, Bucky's therapist in the MCU deserves a punch in the face. Anyways. Off topic, but it needs to be said. I want to slug her just as hard as I can, and I can hit really hard. Anyways. So there's Ground Zero. Right by the school, it looks like. Can I... Like, it looks like I could just smash this diorama. Yep. Yeah, every now and again Troy is a shrink too, which is doubly irritating because very rarely, like I think 3 episodes ever, Troy is actually a psychiatrist. You know, she's actually someone who has a degree of understanding of psychology. It's really rare. I am not looking forward to TNG, by the way, because I'm going to have to actually do research on that to portray her properly. On the plus... Hello. On the plus side, being a shrink is going to be possibly not her job at all. Haven't decided yet, really. But the point is, she's going to have another job, which does not involve being a, being a psychiatrist, or being a therapist, or however you want to say that. Hello, big boy. Let me just get some mana back really quick here. Don't mind me. You know, I wasn't going to mess this place up, but, you know... Ooh, you got some help. Ooh, let's get out of here. Ship's counselor, that's the word they use. Yeah, we're probably going to eject that entirely. And by we, I mean I. I don't know. Jesus! This guy. Fine. Point blank shotgun. By the way,
Slide projector in the dump outside town. Did
Whoop.
they recreate that too?
I should probably mention that I currently have 2 damage boosters on my shotgun. Just pointing it out. No reason. Have you not seen the show, Zactav? Because if you have, then, well, that's the answer. Actually, yeah, Hazardous. It's a good comparison. Let's clean out some of this junk here. Yeah, so me and a friend of mine used to play Modern Warfare 2 multiplayer, the co-op, like the mission stuff, semi-frequently. There's actually a lot of fun in that. But anyways, the relevant point is that those freaking jug missions were, like the freaking airport, the airplane graveyard. There was a specific mission for that, which involved taking down, I want to say 2 or 3 jugs. I forget how many, but it was more than 1. And that mission sucked. I feel the combat is good but boring, Spartan. Which I know sounds contradictory, but honestly, I can explain it very simply by simply saying Dragon Age 2. This is Dragon Age 2 syndrome to a T. It is enjoyable, and it is. But it's really simple, and it gets really old really fast. Actually, that level 1 mod is just straight up better for that. That's funny. What's that? That's the Zoom one. Sure, we'll try out Zoom for a little bit, but I do need to get rid of some of these, so... I don't even have Charge yet. Or Surge. I don't know what those are. Is there a way to sort these? No, of course there isn't. I really disagree with that, Zactav. But, you know what? Hang on. I'll give you a more proper response by someone who's a little bit more professional than me. Give me 1 second. Therapist's take on... what was the name of that twit in Winter Soldier? Because I can't think of her freaking name right now, because I'm an idiot. Let's see if I can just Google it before anyone tells me. Winter Soldier, therapist. This shouldn't take this long. I don't care about your ads. Dr. Rayner. No, Hazardous. I've never even heard of that. I'm probably not going to be able to find it. Nope. Well, this has already taken too long, so... Moving on. I have way too many of these things. Go ahead and get rid of that one. And projectiles fired didn't do anything, so let's just get rid of those entirely. Like, I'm not sure what the frickin' point of those is.
Is that where they keep it?
So, you asked if we have multiple powers. This is actually a power. It's just I happen to be able to use it while using other powers. There's also this one.
They say when you visit your childhood home, everything feels small. Like a miniature, not real. They got that right.
There's also a power which I don't actually have the ability to show off right now, where we can mind control people if they're low on health. I don't use that very often because it takes so long to do that it's generally not worth it unless, you know, I have a very safe position, which I normally don't. But I am going to try out different builds because there is a reset. But I want a few more source before I do it. What am I up to? I'm down to 23,000 source. I don't even have enough to respec right now. This would also be a good time to mention that another reason that the ability to control and load your save file is useful is you could try out builds. I know that's kind of a minor thing in this case, but I'm only mentioning it to reiterate why that's a negative to gameplay. One thing I could do is save, make a build, go to the letter area, because I know the encounter there. I know it pretty well at this point, because I keep using it to test combat stuff. And just try out a build. And it's like, well, okay, reload, try another build, go back to the dead letter area, etc.
You mentioned a poem last time we talked. By Thomas Zane?
Yes. Beyond the shadow you settle for, there's a miracle illuminated.
I looked the poem up. Only I couldn't find any poet by that name. I did find a European filmmaker who moved here in the 60s, named Thomas Zane.
What? I don't...
No matter. It suits you very well. The poem. How you see things. Maybe you wrote it yourself?
I didn't.
No matter. You've said a few times that you feel like there's a piece of you missing. Can we talk about that?
Okay. Yeah, it's this... I feel an emptiness, a yearning for something that I think I lost.
It's natural for you to feel that way. Your brother and your parents are dead.
No! No, Dylan's not dead. And that's not even it.
You're referring to the imaginary friend from your childhood?
Polaris. She's come back. After a long time, she's calling me. In a dream I saw, she showed me things.
Jesse.
It felt more real than anything. As real as what happened in Ordinary.
The industrial accident in your hometown? That you believe Polaris caused?
No, it wasn't an accident. There was no industrial accident, and Polaris didn't cause it. She saved me and Dylan.
Jesse...
No! It was a cover-up. The government knows about it. There were agents there. Agents from... I don't know exactly, but they took Dylan. I'll find them. I won't stop looking. Polaris wants me to go to New York. There's a building there. I have to leave soon. I have to be there at a very specific time. Something hugely important is going to happen.
Jesse, you know we can't let you go until you're well. And that begins by understanding what's real and what's imagined.
You can't fly, Jesse. This is all fantasy, Jesse. So, if I may, in brief, part of the reason that shrinks piss me off so damn much is because anybody in any job who's not good at their job is a problem. Anybody. It doesn't matter the job, is what I'm trying to say. A bad janitor, or a bad cashier register person, or a bad manager, or a bad accountant, or whatever, it always causes problems. The reason it pisses me off so much when a therapist is bad is because there's a higher level of standard, in my opinion, that they should be held to. This is something where you are opening yourself up in a vulnerability to someone in a way that requires a higher standard. I don't know how else to phrase that, right? It's the same. I keep saying this. It's the same damn reason why Sanctuary pisses me off so damn much in Mass Effect 3. Because it's that betrayal and that abuse of trust. Exactly right, Sierra Mike. This should be the kind of thing, where you go to someone and they help you! Because you're hurting, and you have problems. And so shrinks can go straight to hell. And I have met several in real life. I have also met actually decent therapists in real life, too. So, it's not like I don't... It's not like all of them are bad. It's just, you get my point, right? God. Yeah. All right. I'm good. Go read this lore. Details are largely based on interviews conducted with Dylan Faden, see interviews for relevant information, and the obtained therapy sessions of Jesse Faden, as well as circumstantial evidence found at the ordinary site. Note that accounts provided by all three sources contain conflicting data. Example, Dylan claims there were 8 slides from the projector. Jesse mentions 9. The Bureau found 1, and the burnt remains of 6 others. Unfortunately, these slides are too badly damaged to be used in the projector. Jesse Faden is believed to be the individual responsible for burning the slides. Note, Dr. Darling has ordered the entirety of the ordinary town dump be brought to the Bureau for examination and analysis with the hopes of finding additional slides or other materials. Due to the limited space in the investigation sector, this AWA will be investigated in the containment center. I know, I agree, Hazardous. And younger me used to get really pissed off when people would waive their diplomas. Mostly because I have seen so many instances of people, both previously and now, of people who have a diploma who are incompetent buffoons, right? I'm sure you have too. And so I kind of slowly came to the perception that the diploma doesn't actually mean anything. Even though it should. Anyways, next time we get 30,000 sword, I almost said souls. Source, I'm going to go ahead and try to... Me too, by the way, Sierra Mike. I'm going to try to respec. See if I can figure something out. Oh, that's not a good sign.
They moved the whole landfill here in the middle of New York, and nobody saw a thing. Pretty unbelievable.
Well, depends on how you do it, how you package it. I mean, one person got a box with a dog carcass in it. By order of Dr. Darling, all work in the ordinary dump is to stop effective immediately. Resources will be reallocated to the department. Details will be forthcoming. The area is sealed at the end of the month. Please remove all personal effects before that time. Any photographic slides, the type used in slide projectors found in the area, should be delivered to Dr. Darling immediately. At least, I think it's 17 years, Harriet? Something like that. Like, we've been given a timeline. I don't remember the number. But it is at least... yeah, no, it's 17 years, because this is 2019, and the incident was 2002. I'm right. It's been 7 years, at least. Since he's been in charge, so I don't know how long he's been working there. Wolf Globe. This item was found in the penthouse suite at Toronto, belonging to David Wolf, who was investigated for illegally dealing in altered materials. Yeah, you'd figure there would be an underground market for this kind of crap, right? Bureau agents raided his penthouse and found numerous paranatural belongings, including as well as this item. Mr. Wolf was arrested. Supplementary materials from the Toronto Daily. So why would a 36-year-old Bay Street investment trader, filthy rich, married to a model, disappear overnight? That's the question that's kept Toronto high society up all night this week. Police say it's been looking into. Some nutjob radio show in the States claim he disappeared to join the Illuminati, but it's this reporter's opinion that Mr. Wolf, bored of his job, sick of his family, left it all behind to retire in some remote beach paradise, and now he's sipping Mai Tais while the world thinks he's dead. About 16 hours so far. I've never visited Canada. I always wanted to. Never got around to it. I love the dust particles while we're hovering. Because it makes sense that you would carry up some of the debris around you while you're levitating. Like you would be caught up in the field, for lack of a better way to put it. Yep, I was just waiting for that. Oh, goody, and we got an orb, too. This is feeling more like XCOM all the time. Let's deal with the orb first. Not that you heard me say this, but people I know, who I will never name out loud, regularly purchase medicine from Canada. Because it is ridiculously cheaper. Yeah, not the... I mean, I don't actually think there's anything illegal about what they do and how they do it. They do have scripts, for God's sakes, right? You know, it's not like they're stealing stuff. It's just they are buying stuff that they have a prescription for that is overpriced elsewhere. Oh yeah, I said I'd show this off. Let's see if we can do that. Oh, that was too much. Oh, those are healers. There's got to be something that's not healing. You're healing. God dang it. Come on, something. I don't... Not that guy. Not that guy. There's two of them. Oh my god, there's two of them. Nope, let's just get out of here. We're just going to avoid these. At least, as I've already mentioned, in Dragon Age 2, there's a benefit for fighting all this trash. Really a lot of reason to do so in this game, so we're just going to move on. Pretend we didn't see anything there at all. Yeah, right after my kidney surgery, I was assigned... I don't remember what it was. It was something to...
Landfill here.
Fix the amount of salt in my body with regards to...
Pretty unbelievable.
My water... God, I don't remember what it's freaking called. I had to drink a lot of water and take these pills to reduce the amount of salt and calcium that was in my system. There goes the summary. I forget what the hell they called it, and I don't care. Those were so expensive, I actually couldn't afford them. So I didn't take them. Now, that happened to work out. I have not had kidney stones since then. But I want you to think about that for a second. Okay, take two. Whoops, I had the right gun on. Yeah, I got lucky with that one. I didn't actually need him. Is that it? We're still at the little guys? Alright, let's see if I can show this off a little bit. Oh, this is going to one-shot everything. That's okay, let's get on. Oh, that one shot him. Hey, Darth Chrono. I No thanks. Jesus Christ, how many of these are there? Let's get back up here. There's still more spawning. Oh my god. You know, I know you're joking, Hazardous, but movements like that have worked historically in the past. The problem is you need a certain quantity. You need to hit a, what do you call it? Like a threshold of how many people are willing to, you know, suffer and die in order to change things. And, well, enough said. But we can't even get rid of scalping, which is the same general problem. Oh, oh, oh. Let's see if we can mind control. No, we died. Almost got it. Critical mass, that's the phrase I was going for. Critical mass. It's actually funny to me, though. You know how I have that no controversial topics rule? The healthcare problem has not been a controversial topic in any circle I have navigated for years. It's kind of funny to me. Be over here. Don't mind me. Nothing to see here. That is a lot trickier, Sierra Mike. I have my own thoughts, and I do mean thoughts plural, because I don't think it's a one-thing solution, which, in my opinion, too many people look at that and say, just do this, that'll fix it. I'm like, no.
They moved the whole...
No, we need a couple of solutions.
Middle of New York.
And by a couple, I mean like 8.
Nobody saw a thing. Pretty unbelievable.
That's ridiculous, Octave. I've heard that one too, Sierra Mike. And yeah, you know me. The name of one of my Star Destroyers on my shelf over here is called Complexity Solution for a frickin' reason. That's not good. Awful shot. I'm gonna try that. Nope, nope, nope. Let's see if we can grab something here. Oh, jeez. One of these days I'm going to mind control someone just to show it off. Or maybe I won't. Still got a jackass over there I gotta deal with. I don't want to mind control people. If the world is so bad that I have to mind control people to fix it, I'm done. I'm just saying. There's your critical mass. I mean, yeah, no, that sounds pretty stupid to me as Octaf, but then again, I guess that's just kind of the comics way, or whatever it is, his way of trying to up the ante. Like, oh my god, they're totally stronger. They've got this super organotech, which is super amazing somehow. Sure. That shouldn't have worked, but it did. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. I need health. Where is the frickin' health? I can't... Couldn't see where it was. Couldn't see any health. Man, this fight sucks. Hope you're looking forward to hearing that dialogue again. The best part, this is wonderful. And this might actually build up in a second half. So you think, why don't you just respec, Laura? Well, two problems. First of all, I couldn't afford to. And second of all, every time I die, I can afford to less. So that sucks. So there's a melee. Let's take a look. There's a melee build. It just does more damage. There's an energy build. It's just more energy. There's a health build. It's just more health. Launching is obvious, but launch eventually, and I do want to try out a launch build. So there's the ability to grab grenades and rockets, which obviously we haven't had this whole time. Basic enemies, large objects, and up to 3 objects at once. We also could get the ability to dash with the shield, which I can't afford. Over here we have C's, so that makes it last longer. That makes us be able to grab 2 enemies, and that allows us to seize larger enemies. Levitate, of course, is longer. Levitate and bigger and bigger and bigger ground slam. So those are our options right now. Not that we can do anything with any of that. Like, it's not like you can literally be built into a corner because you can always just go and grind. But I have to admit, the fact that it's possible to get to a point where you could get stuck and have to go grind or use cheats is not something that is in the game's favor. That being said, I'm not giving any additional negatives because I've actually already given this game a negative for this exact point. I'm just reiterating my point and doing my due diligence and trying to justify the negatives, as I always must.
Moved the whole landfill here in the middle of New York. Nobody saw a thing. Pretty unbelievable.
Now these I'm just going to tank. Because with a full shield, those do nothing. So that's a little more troublesome. Fully buffed shotgun is, as usual, a fully buffed shotgun. Well, since I cannot grind ability points, I would have to be grinding a reset cost. So I would have to grind 30,000 souls. See that number in the lower left? Feel free to see how much I'm getting per kill. If you can't read that, that's about 200. More exploders. Okay, what else we got? We got floaty guy. Hey, floaty guy. What's going on? Listen, I sort of need you to die. Because you're not actually a person anymore, and you're probably never going to be again, so, you know... That guy's got some health. We have already given a negative to the jukebox, yes. Okay, we've survived the encounter.
Check that lab.
Jesus. Let's go loot. In case any of this is worth a darn. At least we're getting decent level mods nowadays. And a jukebox token. Yay. I am not, I'm sorry. I'm not sure at this point. We haven't even started the DLCs. I was anticipating... Well, okay, let me walk that back. When I originally looked up the length of this game, this was like a couple of years ago, and it was also not including the DLCs. So there's a chance we'll finish the vanilla game today. We got another 4 hours of game in us today. But then we have the DLCs, so...
Effective immediately. I'm setting up a new department. Dimensional research in the research sector. Transferring the slide projector there. That's where my focus will be now. The ordinary site remains as is. We'll be back to... I don't know when.
Darling took the projector to the research sector. He dedicated a whole area to it, so he knew it was important. Dimensional research. That's where we go next.
Do not blame, Jesse. I have had people bow out of streams for, honestly, lesser reasons, because it was problematic for them for whatever reason, so... Do what you must do. Sorry, let me say that better. Do what must be done. I couldn't get the voice right, but whatever. Do what must be done. There we go, there we go. Ah! Okay, I feel better. I mean, I feel worse, because I just took a lot of damage. But I feel better, you know? Feel good, feel good. I just gotta run through some mobs. I have no reason to be there. Oh, speaking of which, what did we just get? I haven't seen a 6 yet. I have a bunch of 4s, and I've seen... I think I've seen 1 5. Yeah, I'm not anticipating seeing him anytime soon, for obvious reasons. What do we got up here? Still don't have charge, whatever that is. Honestly, I'm just gonna get rid of anything below 3 at this point. It doesn't matter what it is. Diablo has the same thing too, right? You get to a point where you stop caring about whites, and then you get to a point where you stop caring about blues. Then you get to the point where you stop caring about yellows. And then you get to the point where you stop caring about anything except for the exact gear you want. Ah, that's why it's called Former. Cute. Thank you, So Dead Inside. Always. I will jot that one down for whatever I want to. Which, speaking of which, I've been having thoughts bounce around in my terrible, terrible head. And I'm thinking, if I ever reach a point where I'm actually where I want to be with the queue, I'm actually sincerely thinking about going ahead and pushing for an actual MMO block. We're already doing the FF14 block. That's kind of locked in. But, you know, we have 2 other MMOs I'd like to go through and do a solid review of. Tor and WoW. WoW, I'm getting more and more concerned for its, you know, status. And Tor, actually, Tor's fine. But, you know, I can just tack Tor on at the end of that, right? I'm not sure. I'm not fully committed to that. What I would probably do is kind of break it up, you know? Kind of do, like, review of an MMO and then, like, a couple other breather games. More for you than me. I don't mind playing MMOs, but, you know, breather games, MMO, breather games. Because MMO blocks are going to be big blocks. Because each expansion or class, in some cases, is a whole... You know, is a whole review by itself, right? Let's see here. Oh, I said I would. Let's do it. So we've gotten a feel for S.H.I.E.L.D. And actually, I do kind of like S.H.I.E.L.D. It's just, it has the same problem I've already talked about. It's neat, but it's simple, right? In short, I feel like A, if it was more complex, it would be more interesting, or B, if there was less combat, it would be more interesting. But we've tried that build out plenty. Let's go full throw. Let's start throwing missiles at people. So we're going to grab that one, of course, so we can launch multiple things. What do we got here? Grenades. Oh, excuse me. I feel like I've said this before. There's a very good skeleton of a game in here. Like, very much so. Why does everyone say I invested health? Fine, 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 fine. We'll do health and energy equally. How's that sound? I need more mana. And now we're going to go ahead and... Oh, I didn't get levitate. Whatever. Whatever. Don't have enough points. It's fine. It's fine. So let's go ahead and switch out a few things here. There we go. We're going to grab that one. And that's a stack, but let's see if I have anything better. We can just do health while we're doing it. It's not terrible, I mean. Or health per pickup? I don't know. Health per pickup might not be a bad idea. Sure. Well, no, let's... Let's do health. There we go. Commit. We also need to... So let's look at our upgrade options, because we just spent all of our souls. Whatever they're called. Yep, there's charge. We can construct charge when we have more souls. I'm probably going to upgrade the Pierce because it's the best gun in the game. Yeah, but we'll have to make that thing first. 25 grand. That's our next goal. Okay. Oh, right. No, I'm going the wrong way. Hey, Karushai. God, I wish I could visit Finland. I mean, I'd be lost and stupid and everyone would make fun of me, but it'd be fun. You want me to go to the Ashtray maze? Okay, I could do that. The last time I went there, it told me to get the hell out, so we'll see how that works. Anyways, anybody thoughts? I was actually kind of fishing for thoughts on the MMO block idea. Other than Lotro. I don't want to review Lotro in the state it currently is. It is nowhere near the game it used to be, and is actively worse. You know? Do the mold. Do I even have the mold quest? It's not a quest. Well, where is it then? Okay. We have a bit of a mold problem. Yeah, I've been debating Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 is structured a little differently compared to most MMOs. I'm not sure how well it would fit a review format in general. That being said, I know Guild Wars 2 quite well. I play it regularly. The last time I played Guild Wars 2 was last night, so, you know. Yeah, you go ahead and walk on that, Nero says. I'm gonna not, if that's okay with you. got? What do we got? Just being cautious. Being cautious. Speaking of which. Hang on. Gotta get some loot. It's a good idea. We'll review Raid Shadow Legends. How many negatives can a game get in the 20 minutes it takes me to give up on it? Yeah, this, you see this in the air? I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. Okay, okay. This is cool. Everything's cool. That's not creepy at all. I'd ask how they all got my posters down here, but honestly, we've already seen a lot of retroactive continuity in this setting, so whatever. I'm pretty sure most of the director's portraits have just been replaced with ours, even though nobody ever took or made that portrait in the time it took us to, you know, walk in here, pick up a gun, and not shoot ourselves. Oh yeah, I can hold multiple things now. That's just because we're launch build now. Interesting. I was wondering what the extra prompt was on the mouse. It's like, what? Wait, you're not enemies, are you? Okay, okay. Sorry. How are you?
Area's under quarantine. I wouldn't go in there without talking to Underhill first.
Really?
I still wouldn't go in.
I'll be with you in just a second. Yeah, Ahti, I got a bit of a job for you. Or I guess you have a job for me. However that ends up working out. Oh my goodness.
Excuse me? Are you lost?
Oh, there you are. I couldn't even see who was dogging. Hang on, I'll talk to you in a minute. Gotta read these records. So, you want to know how my mold research is getting on, Casper? Here it is. Microscopic organisms similar in appearance to construct the architecture of the mold. I do not understand if these are the original disseminators of the mold or are bitten by some fungal infection. The mold is the most prolific and durable organism I've ever seen. I theorize there is a mold source located somewhere on our side of the threshold, rooted here to accelerate growth in our dimension. I refer to this yet unknown source as Mold 1. The mold produces an enticing aroma to encourage human consumption of itself. It propagates in the chest cavity and quickly subsumes the entire body, seizing control of motor functions. This behavior was not observed when I first arrived, which means the mold has adapted to our presence, targeting our biological imperatives as a way to spread. It is truly an ingenious little thing. Full report ready soon. Keep your slacks on. Also, could you send me a few more dozen fireworks, or not fireworks, flamethrowers, please? Just please. Dr. Darling's recently penned essay titled contains some glaring omissions I feel I must shine a light on. Firstly, the entire premise of the essay is that the quarry threshold is beneficial to the Bureau while the mold is actively hostile, to use his words. We cannot determine the worth of these dimensions and their life forms using bureaucratic definitions. Secondly, the mold is much more beneficial than some rock. If the creating the mold were reconfigured in their purpose, the structures they build could rival the greatest skyscrapers. The mold's resistance to various strains of diseases we've attempted to introduce could be derived into Yes, admittedly, this application is more difficult than picking up a rock and gluing it to a wall, but I pause to wonder when the Bureau has lost its eagerness for a challenge. What is wrong with you? And yeah, Tiberium is terrifying, and I love Tiberium as a narrative point. I tend to love any kind of Fleptonium. You know, Phazon, Tiberium, what's the thing in Dragon Age? I can't think of the damn name of it. That's gonna bother me. Someone say it. Someone say it. Lyrium. Thank you. Red Lyrium. But... ugh, that was gross. Anyways. Hello, Rhea. How's it going down there? Enjoying the mold so far? Settling back into life at the old FBC? Also wanted to ask how your coffee with Emily went. She's a star on the rise, incredibly bright, extremely intuitive. But I want to hear what you thought of her. I think the two of you could do good on... I think you could die. I think the two of you could be very good on a project together. You could learn a lot from each other. Let's get together and chat about it soon. Anyway, sorry for the interruption. I'm sure you can't think of anything besides the mold right now. You always were a woman of focus. I was admired about that. You talk soon, Casper. Alert! Irritating annoyance detected.
Do you normally barge into people's private workspaces?
Yes.
She clearly doesn't know who she's talking to. Shouldn't you be in a safe room?
Why? Because of those hiss things the Rangers keep going on about. Haven't you people sorted that out yet? The situation down here could spell doom for the Bureau.
You mean this mold?
Correct. Perhaps you could help me. I require samples of various mold strains, and the mold has made the environment far too dangerous for me to fetch them myself.
Says the woman in a full hazmat suit.
Mold samples?
Minus the helmet.
I thought this could spell doom.
It could, and it will, whoever you are. The mold is spreading. We need to find the source before it spreads too far.
And these samples will do that?
No. Samples of 5 unique strains, when blended properly, will allow you to travel deeper into the pit, where I've pinpointed the approximate location of the source of the mold.
Okay. So what do these samples look like?
Similar to the one on my table there. I've made a list of the samples I need. Here. You'll find them throughout the threshold.
I'll take a look. My name's Jessie, by the way.
I'm sure it is.
I like her already.
Have you worked with Emily Pope?
Our paths have crossed. Darling arranged for us to have a coffee. A meeting of the minds, he called it. She's talented. I can certainly see her doing well here.
I feel like there's a but coming.
But she's drunk a bit too much of the Bureau's proverbial Kool-Aid. She shouldn't be afraid to forge ahead on her own. Science is skepticism. Everything must be questioned before the truth can emerge.
But Emily has demonstrably been doing exactly that. If you'll forgive me for the paraphrased quote, thank God I was proven wrong. How exciting. One moment. Did I already jot that down? I did not.
So is Darling your boss?
If you insist on clinging to such outdated hierarchies, then yes. However, I would argue that our fields are too dissimilar for one to manage the other. Of course, Darling would much prefer to find his own miracle solution to the Bureau's fungal frustrations. He always needs to be the hero.
So, if you have such disdain for him, why are you wearing his protective thing? Or is that just because you have some kind of cranial activity going on somewhere in that vacuous skull of yours?
So tell me again how you came to work at the Bureau?
Well, like I said, I was brought in as a special advisor. A temporary position, you see. Although that's not the whole truth. I was employed here for a time, straight out of university. After a decade of admittedly fascinating work in threshold research and regulation, I began to chafe under the bureaucracy. I needed a change. Not that academia was so different.
And then the mold happened.
About 4 months ago, yes. Since my departure from the Bureau, they hadn't been able to find my equal in threshold analysis. Darling and I had kept in touch over the years, meeting at conferences and the like. He called me, and I booked a flight. I've never been able to say no to a man with a dangerous alien biosphere. I had to leave my post in the middle of term, but so be it.
So she's a professor. That explains a lot.
Actually, if I might be so bold, that's a tiny little tidbit of world building there that I find fascinating. Did you catch that? She quit the Bureau with no repercussions, with her memories intact, went on to have a successful career, but the Bureau kept tabs on her so they could call her back. So, remember we were talking earlier about the retirement concept. Interesting. I wonder if that's case by case. Like, I wouldn't be surprised. If I was in charge, I'd probably have people go through a full psych evaluation to determine if they're good, right? I'd probably insist on meeting them myself, too, because, you know, because I'm me. And give them the all clear, they can go. No problem. And if they can't, that's a trickier situation.
The mold seems to be having some weird effects on things.
Indeed. Even people are susceptible. The fungus grows rapidly within the chest cavity, killing the host. Luckily, one must ingest the stalks to become infected.
Don't eat the mold. Okay.
We've always cremated the infected bodies after autopsy, but I believe there may be another stage of maturity. A blooming, if you will.
I never thought the word blooming would sound so horrible.
Yeah, no, that's pretty horrible.
Thanks for the information.
My pleasure.
What's that quote, Sierra Mike? I asked for a mission, and for my sins, they gave me one. Alright, let's go find some mold samples.
It smells so sweet down here. I'm really hungry.
Ah, God, yeah, I'm so...
How this mold tastes.
My God, Jesse, no, no. Do not eat mold, Jesse. Oh, God, we got level 6s. Level 6s. Suffer me now.
Are those people?
Were. Very much were. Let's use past tense here. Apparently, this is the last of us. Sniper mold. I haven't encountered that before, actually. Anyone else? Let's see where that came from. There it is. There it is. I see it. Oh! A little bit of homing, too. Jesus, okay. Sorry, so in Shadow of Mordor, a regular mechanic is that you mind control the orcs, the orcs in that game. Where the hell am I? I'm way up here. So, one of the quotes you can say while doing so is, and he says it beautifully, I can't emulate it, "Suffer me now." And it's awesome. It's sort of kind of stuck with me ever since, for some reason. Or Shadow, whichever Shadow it is. It's one of the shadows.
Careful in there, ma'am. Area's under quarantine.
Good deal with your buddy. It was a legitimately valid tactic, although tricky to pull off in Shadow of War, to jump into a melee with a bunch of enemies, mind control one of them, and then use that to distract them so you can mind control a second one, and a third one, and so forth, and so on. sometimes known as the Wololo attack. Don't see any more sniper shots. That's a good sign. Shadow of Shadow. Oh, I know. I mean, Shadow of War... Yeah, Shadow of War had some issues, but it was overall a very enjoyable game. And I think a lot of it is down to the way Celebrimbor was portrayed. Settle down over here. Apparently that's an invisible wall. Good to know. Where's that coming from? Where's it coming from? Oh yeah, a lot of the orcs. Orcs were quite good too. There you are. I missed part of that. You know what? You work for me now. So, what are you? So that's a sniper, a mold sniper. Their hands have been adhesed to their chests. Right, old Dark Lord doesn't make a difference to me, honey. I'm still upset we couldn't give him the fort, but whatever. If I ever do actually properly review that game, that is getting a negative, I'm just saying. Corpses. A lot of mold. A lot of death. I just want to say that unless I had, you know, power, I would not go down here. Just saying. This is not on the menu. How? Whatever. Yes, a very saccharinely sweet, or not saccharine, that's the wrong word. Oh my god. Yeah, it's just kind of growing over what equipment used to be here. Just kind of... I admit I'm a little bit biased because at least one of the reasons I was suffering
Found one.
from severe health issues is because I was living in a place that was mildewy. And turns out if you breathe that stuff all the time, well, awake and asleep, it's not really good for you. Go figure. Damn right we're going to Zektaft. I should mention we have no concrete evidence. Respawns. Oh my god. That was the issue. Jesus! Yeah, we just melted. But I mean, come on. Well, hopefully it still tracks the two things we already got. Yep, okay, I'm where I think I am. Ooh! I also have the wrong quest selected? That's strange. Select. There we go. Yep, nope. It's still selected. See if I can find anything in this mess. Other than respawns. Yeah, it was kind of a meme, which is horrible to think about in hindsight, that, you know, I was sick all the time for a while there. And when I was... Back then, I was just doing YouTube stuff and, like, a forum. But, that was that period of time. You know, when I was what I like to call deathly ill. This is, pleasant. Oh, yeah, no. I can do... About a year ago, I was visiting my step-parents, and I was like, here, check this out. And I did a full squat, all the way down. And they actually understood, you know, like, oh my god, that's impressive, congrats. And then, you know, stepdad's like, well, hang on. Can you get back up? And I did. Oh, awesome. Just to, I know that sounds so stupid, but it's an indicator of just how far I've come since they met me, really. Yes, the nose is... I have an appointment like next week for that, don't I? When is that? Hang on. No, that's in 2 weeks. That's on a Tuesday. Okay. Anyways, nose surgery has happened. Nose is good. Coffee still doesn't taste good, even with milk in it. Didn't mean to hit that button.
This must be one of the samples.
Although apparently I can throw corpses. Fear not. You will be useful, one way or the other. Even in death. Okay, go away. Be free. Anyways, you should work for me. I'm a very benevolent kind of leader. You know. I'm not even on the friggin' map right now. That's a good question, Brigman. I don't know. Ooh, okay. Good to know. So that looks like I need the thing to go down there. So we're not going to do that yet. Exactly, Dream Whisperer. I'm glad you understand. Listen. That sounds horrible. What I do with your body after you die, I mean, do you really care, honestly? Does it really matter? Have I gone through? I think I've gone through here. Yeah, I feel like I've been through here, because I have. I don't remember seeing a toilet, but we'll try the other one first. Picnic basket. A simple wicker basket with cloth lining. No food items inside. The item produces a hypnotic effect that solely affects non-human animals, forcing them to congregate passively around the object. Animals from every genus and species have thus far been tested are susceptible. Single-cell organisms do not appear to react to the effect. Item was taken to a forest upstate for testing. Results of the test provided contradictory data, as some of the attracted animals exhibited hyper-aggressive behavior. The exercise unfortunately resulted in Further testing should be restricted to more low-risk animal species with medical staff on standby. Yeah, exactly, Darth Cronin. If you didn't want me to raise your body as an undead servant forever, maybe you shouldn't have died. I'm just saying. Not seeing one in here, though. I am probably blind. Or else it's extremely dark. And I already know that turning up the brightness doesn't help. Can I have a flashlight? Hey, Alan! Alright, let's see if I can find that toilet. No. There's a path over here, I remember. Let's get over this way. I see a toilet. Turlet. Sorry, I gotta say it right. I see a lot of toilets, actually. Aha! There's that one. That's the wrong button.
Oh, gross. Underhill is gonna owe me for this.
I just gotta find the last one. Grosvenier's televisions. Okay. I don't recall seeing any TVs, but I'm gonna be completely honest, I haven't been looking. I think there's any TVs up here. Well, nope, that's not a TV. Alright, what do we got up here? What do we got? Up. Let's see what this is. This Get well balloon. Item must be kept away from animals. The cell must be regularly cleaned of the black substance the item produces. All cleaning tools must be along with the black substance itself. Item is a novelty balloon made of silver mylar. On its face is a colorful message to get well, surrounded by cartoon hearts. A ribbon is attached to the balloon. Item has not stopped floating after a considerable amount of time in the bureau, which suggests it does not hover through the use of helium. Item produces a dark-colored, sticky substance, which drips down its ribbon. Glad they haven't respawned yet. Televisions. Well, I haven't been in this passageway while looking for televisions, which is up more, apparently. It actually is History Maker, although I should be more accurate. It is theorized how these things come into existence. Collective subconscious, things interacting from the astral plane to this one, you know, normal stuff. Definitely not Googling it. Let's see here. What's the one specifically? C. Yeah, I know it grows near televisions. Where is it? Yeah, that's nice. Go away. Where's B? Which one was B? That was the toilet one. Oh, okay. The toilet one was this way, I think? Yeah. I'm sorry, anytime the walls are soft, we have a problem. fuzzy and furry.
Stepping to the
No!
Building shifts occur at random and without warning, but with the Bureau's cutting-edge technology, we can stabilize the oldest house. Safe employees are happy employees. Certain rituals allow agents to navigate the oldest house as well. But accidents do happen. Trapping agents inside the walls. I heard you got stuck in your room for 3 days, Topher. Too bad you didn't have your book with you. Or any food. And remember, kids, when you feel the floor deviate, it's already much too late.
Yeah, I gotta be real. That's the single most horrifying thing. Threshold kids in general. It's the most single horrifying thing in the entire game so far.
This looks like a good one. That's all 5 samples. I should get these back to Underhill.
Did I go through? I did go through here earlier.
See, you look like a woman with mold for me.
I did. Oh, I can't shoot her.
I found all 5, but I kind of wanted to eat them.
The mold has that effect on some people. Likely due to the fact it's not actually mold, or even of this dimension. I suspect it is the result of 2 incompatible molecular structures, one dominant, coming into contact. I call it mold, or fungus, because it's closer in appearance and behavior than anything else we know. Except perhaps bacteria.
She reminds me of my old biology teacher.
Did you happen to meet any more members of my ranger detail?
I didn't see any rangers. Just walking mold people. Unless...
Yes. If you found mold people, you found my rangers. I refer to the creatures as hosts. They, like other unwary agents, succumbed to the appetite. But that's nothing for you to worry about. The pill I'm about to make with these samples will make the lower level perfectly safe to traverse. It has the added benefit of immunizing you against the pit's toxic spores.
Feel like I should ask to see her credentials.
There. That didn't take too long now, did it? Ingest this pill, then go and find the source of the mold. Only there can we begin to understand how to stop it.
Take a mystery pill because a rude lady in a hazmat suit tells you to.
It is a hazmat suit.
Good idea, Jesse.
You lied to me.
Ugh. Honestly, did you want me to wrap it in cheese?
Yes.
Not the taste, the smell. It stinks in here now.
Good. That means the pill is working. The worse it smells, the safer you'll be. Now go. Find the source.
Okay. Goodbye.
Thanks for the information.
My pleasure.
Also, you're fired. Bye. So, Alice, How far down shall we go?
This must be the pit Underhill was talking about.
Lovely. Level 9? I didn't think anything went above level 6.
Ramsey, Ranger Captain, note 7.25. Underhill sent us down this weird-ass threshold looking for whatever's making all these vegetables sprout. I will say this, it smells delicious.
Kidding, Trihexia. And in fact, this got here 4 months ago. I need to write that down. Where's the mold? I have a mold note somewhere. Here it is. The item was used in the children's ward of a local hospital. This is the get well balloon. Witnesses do not recall where the balloon came from. Therapy dogs, part of a program called meant to comfort the sick children, were noticeably attracted to the item. They reportedly jumped at the item, licking it when they could. The children claimed the dogs began walking through the halls of the hospital at nights, howling at a low pitch. One child described the sound as singing. A few days later, the dogs were all discovered dead, a dark substance leaking from their The hospital staff called local authorities, who called the SDC. Bureau agents intercepted this call and arrived at the scene within hours. The item was taken in for evaluation along with the remains of the dogs. Yeah, I actually do have the clog written down, believe it or not, one's linguist. We will, of course, do the other janitor quests, just not yet. While we're here. They were good boys. And then they died. I mean, in fairness...
God. The further I go, the worse it smells.
Yeah, it means you don't want to eat it. If we're being honest, it's probably a good thing. Anyways, as I was saying, I make fun, but those dogs' death probably saved those kids' lives. Well, exactly, Trihexia. That way we won't eat it. You'll notice most of these cordyceps people are just sitting there eating at the mold, right? Which also grosses me out while I'm on the subject. That's what I thought. Picnic basket supplement. The item came to the Bureau's attention through several news reports in which a family was harassed by animals during a picnic in the national park. Family fled the scene with the basket. Witnesses report seeing the family chased by the following species of animal. The family eventually abandoned the basket, at which point the animals remained with it for an unknown length of time. Agents acquired the item from the park's Lost and Found. Well, you heard the audio log. It's bloody delicious smelling. And Jesse wanted to eat it too, which, boy, is a terrifying thought. Let's give the mold access to Jesse. Yikes. I'm sorry, did that say levitation ammo efficiency? It did. Man. I'm gonna do the same thing with this stuff, honestly. Just gonna pare that down a little bit. Yeah, Control 2. The Great Fungal Infection. Well, there's the mannequins. The mold certainly is doing a better job of itself, because the hiss just kind of showed up and would have won if not for the frickin' barrier thing. Whoa, there you are. That darling put up. By contrast, the mold would have won with nobody even noticing it was here. So, you know.
Ramsey, Ranger Captain, note 7.28. Wait, 6, 7, whatever. Still in the thresh mold. Ollie's straight up eating the vegetables now because, well, why not? Mom said, eat your vegetables. Eat too many and your skin'll turn green. Green like Ollie's. Hey, Ollie, what'd you find out?
Okay. Well, stalled Triaxia.
Is that the source?
But yeah.
It's kind of pretty.
Did you have to say that? God, that takes a long time. Hi. Please tell me you dropped some health in that mess. Somewhere. Anything. Any kind of health. Anything. Health, please. Tell me there's some health somewhere. There is no health. Wait, no, I picked up a few pieces. And we're dead. Let me just eat this delicious carrot I've got here. Yep.
Is that the source? It's... Nope. No.
Yeah, no, I kind of saw that coming, but I was hoping he would open his eyes right before I did it. I don't know, whatever. Close that, since I don't need that anymore. Whee.
Is that the source? It's... kind of pretty. Nope.
I didn't even see what killed me. I mean, I was low on health, but, you know. Something got me. There was a stray pebble. Smacked my head. Ugh.
Is that the source? It's...
Chill for a moment. Chill for a moment. Wrong button. Yeah, we're dead. I've gotten it pretty low on health pretty regularly. It just absolutely destroys me when it hits me with anything. Alright.
Is that the source? It's... Nope. I need to stop being surprised by all the weird shit in this place.
Well, there's some health here, so that's always nice.
So good. Oh, need more.
Yeah, as director, I've decided to bring in nukes to this place. Just place a nuke in every room, set it all off. Wonder if they've tried nuking this place.
And you're not sprouting mold from your eyes. I take it that means my pill worked. Now tell me everything. Did you find the source? You did, didn't you?
I found a big angry plant. Like, gigantic. I killed it.
You killed it! You found the source and you killed it! I could have learned so much from a live specimen.
Her concern is touching. Really, it's too much.
Here, I brought you a sample.
A piece of the innermost mold. You're not such a lost cause after all. Strange. So different, even superficially. Another stage of growth, perhaps.
Please, no more stages.
You'll be pleased to know that cutting down the creature at the source has already resulted in a notable cessation of the mold's rapid growth. You've bought me time for further study.
So what now?
I'm glad you asked. While you were busy in the pit, a number of mold hosts were sighted beyond the threshold. They managed to sneak out without the rangers noticing. There's a reason I didn't send Steve and Andy to find the mold source with the others. These vagrant hosts must be eradicated as soon as possible. The mold can still be spread by their overgrown bodies.
Any idea where they went?
The hosts I've observed are not a sprightly bunch. Here are the reports I've received. They'll help you find them.
I'll go take care of them.
Good. And do be quick about it.
There's a nice way to say that.
I have read a report on an anchor, but I have not encountered it, no. Parapsychology, Ritual Division, Central Research. You know, it's probably faster to teleport. Oh, right. It's also really terrible that all these people died. But it's so exciting! Not the death part, just, you know, consequences, the implications. You lied to me, Sierra Mike. Or rather, it was entirely too late to respond to me, Sierra Mike. How dare you? Let's just go here. Yeah, it's so exciting. Not the death part, but so beautiful. So beautiful. What I was trying to say is that this is amazing. Hey, fold. Fold? Really? Mold that is also fungus. So, fold. It makes sense in my head. Shut up. Don't judge me. I'll fire you. I'm the director. I will abuse my power in the only way I can. Preventing people from making fun of me, because I'm the head of China. There's some non-moldy people. Excuse me, foldy people. Yeah, no, it feels like it should be. All right, let's try the elevator. Let's try the elevator. See what happens. Obsessive-compulsive disorder, hoarding, anxiety disorders. While certain manifestations of these conditions are simply the result of mental illness, sometimes the individuals are simply performing called rituals. The of rituals can vary. Numerology, dream logic, forfeiture, verbal formulae, repetitive actions, and causal tethering are just some of the procedures involved. Some rituals are consistent, such as pulling the light switch cord 3 times to enter the motel, but some are erratic. While most people engage in minor rituals every day, the vast majority do not understand the importance behind their actions. Avoiding disaster, amassing luck, or simply locating lost keys are all the result of daily rituals. Individuals who recognize a deeper meaning behind these compulsory actions are inherently aware of the paranatural world and, when located, should be considered for employment at the Bureau. You can expire now. I don't need you anymore.
There's one of those mold hosts.
Thank you. That's one of the mold hosts here. Oh, hello. Where did you come from? The hiss is never welcome. God, I hope not, Narrowzaz. I don't want to work at this place. Thank you for the file. It was very helpful. I re-archived it with the BlackRock research in case you need to refer to them again. Yes, the video shoots are always interesting. I expect my availability for those to decrease in the future, however, as my analysis of this newly discovered BlackRock variant is reaching a critical point. I hope you'll be able to tend to them still. Darling seems to be under a lot of pressure lately, and I'm sure he would appreciate any support you could provide. Regarding the analysis you provided, I do not have any questions. Thank you for the expeditious delivery. Regards, Dr. Carla Vaughn. We all know what we think of Carla. How did... Did you literally spawn behind me, or what? Ah, hate that picture. Oh, right, we're here. Oh, where's the other mold people? You're not a mold person! You're not a mold person at all! You lied to me! Does everybody lie to me? I don't care about the hiss. You know what? That's as good a time as I need to do a quick stretch break. I'll be right back. Raid Roxy. There is no forgiveness. Because I don't think you've ever said anything objectionable. I usually say something if someone does. Usually something minor, like, hey, chill, or whatever. But, you know. And then if you continue to be terrible, there's only one possible solution. Any questions?
Why'd they keep an altered item here?
Actually, yes. Have some donuts, Roxy. They're delicious. Well, we're not actually doing this right now. I just wanted the control point. Let's see, where is that? There it is. It's me. Don't care. Okay. What? You know, this mold does smell really good. And it tastes good too. Oh, have you tried this mold? It's delicious. Pretty sure I already read the file in this room, because we've been through this room before. Yes, have some donut mold, Roxy. Hey, Mel Gupfin. What's going on? I do hope your day is treating you at least partially well. Because if it isn't... Well, donuts. Nope. That gets to wait. Ah, here we are. Okay. Well, since I am right here, go ahead and do the luck quest. I wanted to jot that down too. There it is. Lucky item manifest. Bronze koi fish attracts abundance and wealth, which is feng shui. The horseshoe of Ireland, which wards off evil. Orientation is important. Heals up allows luck to be kept. Heals down, luck flows outward. The Meniki Neko, Japan, the beckoning cat used in shops, paw held up to beckon customers, creating luck for the business owner. Four-leaf clover, Ireland, shamrock, rare plant variation, connections to druidic healing rituals. Elephant, China, protection, good luck, wisdom, feng shui. Light bulb, various. Documented gambling rituals indicate luck is produced when all lights in the room are turned on. Effect of these items to be tested. Consider testing investigating the orientation of the horseshoe. Also consider positioning of feng shui objects. Proximity of luck items may influence luck readings. Because of course there's a freaking luck quest. I'm saying that wrong. Of course there's luck in this setting. Right. Hell of a job. Alright, I want you to examine luck. What? I want you to examine luck. Let me know when you have a report. Anyways, moving on. Where am I going next? Let's see. Sierra Mike, you got it. You figured it out. Well, whatever. There we go. Yeah, no kidding, History Maker. Tell me about it. Here we go. Parapsychology. Clearly that's my problem, Sarah Mike. I should stop doing all the content. God. I would agree with that, Dust Spider, but, I mean, I've already given that negative, so it's whatever. You'll notice I'm just kind of avoiding trash at this point, because, I mean... You know... This is the wrong way. Where the hell am I? That thing. I knew it, Dust Spider. You secretly just want to give me even more negatives. Not me give negatives. You want to give me negatives. Ah, that doesn't surprise me, really. My YouTube comments want to give me negatives all the time. That's not quite true. It doesn't happen that often. We'll try there. That worked. Listen, nobody likes bow ties, okay? Bow ties aren't cool. Dude, I would totally wear a fez if I could get away with it. I can't, of course. Yeah, this is... I'm not super impressed with the side quest design, for the most part. You'll notice this is almost identical to the side quest that Ashir gave us. You know, go find this mob that spawned in this area. Where the hell am I? I wonder how many people automatically go through the door on the right in that particular section. Oh my god, that worked. Through the window. Done. Alright, next. No, I haven't done what Sierra Mike told me to do yet. I was wanting to finish this quest up first. Elevator, elevator, elevator. Is this an elevator? This looks elevatory. This looks fungally. Good signs. I'm seeing fungus. First person in human history to be happy to see fungus. Oh no, they're not hard. They're just kind of busy work. Which, you know, is exactly what it sounds like. It's busy work. Oh, don't worry. The starving men can have as much of this fungus as they want.
I think that's the last one. I should let Underhill know.
Answer question within 2 minutes of listening. Did the song elicit any memories? Please elaborate. Did you at any point feel any strong emotion? If so, what emotion? Did a clear image of a weapon appear in your mind during the song? If so, elaborate. Provide a detailed description of your current surroundings as you see them. Have you ever heard the murmur of voices when no one is present? Shoot, I lost it. There it is. If so, what did they say? Do you hear them now? Please choose one from the following pairs. 1 or 2, A or B, day or night, apple or orange, burn out or fade away. They don't strike videos now, but someday they will give in to the dark side, as all labels do. And this will happen. I mean, it's not a mod, it's a freaking toggle in the options menu. Which I'm gonna leave on, by the way. Hi, Sean. Here, I think. I'd be a toad, 10-headed Hydra, obviously. Alright, let's see here. Let me scroll up a little bit. So, Sierra Mike wanted me to... From the pit, head to the shelter on that level. I don't even see a shelter down there. Into the pit. Didn't hit hover at the right time. Remember, kids, when you're practicing your superpowers, try not to die. Wait, I did? What was in the room? I mean, I'm going this way anyways, because I need to go over here, but... Oh, gotcha.
This, I find myself enjoying the work even more.
That's terrifying.
I found the hosts. They won't be spreading any more mold.
Well done. I'll send burn teams to sanitize the locations. I'm beginning to wonder if these hosts are originating outside the threshold in independent patches of mold growth.
No.
You don't sound very optimistic.
Optimism is for farmers, as my mother always said. I suppose you could now return to that hiss business you all seem so concerned about.
This woman has some incredible tunnel vision.
Yay.
Thanks for the information.
My pleasure.
Also, fresh reminder, you're fired. Clean your desk out. That's a good question. Who's been hiring people behind my back? Bray Gwen. That's the one. Yeah, there it is. Hey, Joven. Yeah, we're kind of in side quest hell. I mean, territory right now. The proposal is to finally determine the precise nature of the reflected space within the altered item. Is it transplanar, psychologically generated, or rooted within our own dimension? How does the altered item know the space in its vicinity well enough to reflect it? Why does it reflect some materials but not other? Is the space a parallel reality? If so, we need to consider that while we possess this physical end of the mirror, someone else owns the other. What purposes might they use it for? Can they walk through into our own world? What are their motives? Lastly, to what purpose does the altered item produce the reflections of individuals that enter it? Can these reflected entities leave the altered item? As with all altered items, we need to attempt to distinguish if this behavior is
Debrief for Mirror Excursion 7C. Subject is Agent Hardy. Hardy spent approximately 3 hours in the mirror. the longest time on record. Can you describe your experience inside, Agent Hardy? Agent Hardy is physically healthy. All tests have come back clean. Yet the speech issue has persisted for hours. Calm down, Agent. It could be psychosomatic, but the fact that this only occurred after returning from the mirror makes a paranatural explanation more likely. I recommend a battery of tests and a Class Orange quarantine.
So yeah, let's hit the old Google and find out what he just said, shall we? Oh. Apparently it's actually going to be in the game, so we don't have to look it up. Cool. Everything's cool here. Bunch of switches. Bunch of hovering. The mirror does not reflect its surroundings with perfect accuracy. The environment seen in the glass contains slight distinctions. It is unknown why the mirror does this. If there's any then it's something we can't perceive. The popular theory is the mirror has a goal in mind, that it reflects the world it wishes were real, subtly replacing our reality with its own. While certainly far-fetched, the theory is worth noting here as a warning to not underestimate the mirror. The specially designed black rock panels have been installed to prevent access from our side or the mirrors. For added security, a particular arrangement of the panels is required to open the door. Because of course it is. Alright, fine. What's the arrangement? Yep, it's the Mirror of Erised. I know people who took forever to figure out what that meant. Totally not including myself in that.
Looks like there's a mirror in there.
It's only a mirror image. Of Valerian. Hello, Valerian. Okay, so reverse that. Nope. Okay.
What do these shutters do?
Interesting.
Something up. Wait, that didn't sound right. Yeah, that's not good.
It's fine. Let's hear the other version now.
What? I can't understand you. You need to listen. I saw something in there. There is something inside. You need to lock down the mirror. Why are you talking like that? What's wrong with you? All of you? There's something in that fucking mirror.
Agent Hardy is apparently an idiot. Oh no. Hi, Zach Deft. I hope the Zoom meeting went well, or at least not unproductive. Wait, do we have a goatee? We do not. We're cool. We'll come back to that. I'm totally not tired of that puzzle or anything. Okay. Hold up. Yep, we found the evil FCB. Or CB... BCF, I guess? God dang it. It's a mirror thing. Ooh. Well, I give up. Moving on. Let's see here. Just in place.
Did you see that? Someone's in there. Hurry, Whoa.
Yeah, lore shock. God damn it, Jesse. Or Isej.
That's not good.
Fine. It's fine. Stop worrying. Everything's fine. Nothing is going wrong. How are you? Yeah, we know where this is going. Yeah, she can I have her health? Jesus.
That explains why they locked this mirror up.
Yeah, she just kind of stopped doing things there. You know, that's a valid point, Jovan. Last cannon for life, I guess.
I wonder what the Bureau was doing with this thing.
Probably the same thing it's doing with everything else. Trying to figure out what the hell was going on with it.
Well, it's cleansed now. The hiss is gone. It's dealt with.
Yay. Oh yeah, let's do this. Yeah, then we break the mirror. We do not have her outfit. Okay, so I did that, I did that. You know, I'm actually not sure if they're doing Alan Wake 2. I think they are. Well, this is percentage stuff. 10% to health, 10% to health, 20% to health. There are some new abilities you can get. Like, for example, so most of this branch stuff is the mutator stuff. Like, that allows you to grab enemy ammo and throw it back at them. That allows you to grow up enemies and throw them around. This allows you to ground slam. This allows you to throw your shield at people, etc. Being told I need to go back here. Oh, the synchronicity. Oh, that's just up from here. Yeah, like with many things in this game, they do it right and wrong pretty much at the same time. Oh, there it is. That was going to be up. Back up. No. Where was that at? Nexus of Concordia. A good mirror version of anyone? I mean, other than in Comedy Works? That's a good question. Sure. We will look like the director for a while. Gotta get our flow on. I suppose there's alternate people, but they're not mirror people, so that doesn't really qualify. So never mind. I was just thinking of a Superboy Prime story where he encountered a good Lex Luthor and was pissed off because he was a good guy. So he brutally murdered him, which freaked out his wife, so he brutally murdered her, which freaked out the cops, so he brutally murdered them. I'm going to skip forward a bit. He destroyed the whole planet. Anyways, so. Right. Elevator.
Good luck out there.
Darkness engulfed the elevator. There was something there, reaching for her, trying to make her act. It was a distress call. Faden sensed a drowning man, a hunger in the dark.
Is that DLC?
Investigation sector.
Investigation sector, huh? We should check this out.
Yeah, Superboy Prime is a fascinating bit of work because he's actually pretty well written. It's just he is an absolutely spoiled brat. And that's the problem. He is very well written, irritating. Irritating. Which is... I mean... it's a problem. You know what I mean? So I've been told not to do that DLC yet. So not do that DLC. We shall do. Or not do, I suppose. Let's see. Right. We were heading to the Ashtray maze, weren't we? That's, here, I think. Yeah. Yeah, Superboy Prime was just... the biggest problem with him... This is a very slight spoiler for a several years old story of Superboy Prime, so if anybody cares, this is a good time to mute me. The problem with Superboy Prime was his story reached a very natural end, and they didn't kill him. They kept him around, and they kept doing stories with him. Now, I know that's just kind of comics in general, but they really shouldn't have done that with him. He should have been a one-off, and instead they just kind of kept bringing him back, and then they brought him back again, and then they brought him back a third time, and that's the last I'm aware of. I haven't seen past that, nor do I care. What do you think, Zach? Do you think it suits us? Let's get our full hover on while we're doing this. Oh, it's even better than that, one's linguist. Imagine the biggest brat you can imagine. Now imagine he has ridiculous levels of power. To the point where he is so stupidly powerful, he can, I swear I'm not making this up, punch reality. So, Ashtray. Yeah, it was a joke for a while. You know, anytime you'd see bad writing or weird something happening and a thing, oh, it looks like Superboy Prime's punching reality again.
Contact the janitor if you need to get through.
Broken? How many dead ends can this place have?
Well,
we need to find Ahtis.
Okay. I was kind of holding off because I wanted to get some main story progress, but sure, let's go find... where the hell is his place? Is that it? Sure, that looks close. Yes, Bregwin's not joking. I'll kill you to death is actually a line of dialogue from Superboy Prime. Word for word. I'm sorry, what did that say? Can't find your office? Watch your step! Thanks. Like I said, Javan, he was surprisingly well written. It's just, he was very deliberately irritating, which is the same problem. It always is. Ahtis? Ahtis. Oh no, he stopped being well written. I mean, I already gave this away with my spoiler thing earlier. The moment his story ended was the last time he was well written, and that was years ago. Pretty much the moment he was locked away in real life, reading a comic about all of the things he did, was the moment he stopped being well written. Yeah, there's meta and then there's stupid. That's all I'm going to say about that.
There's no Ahti.
There's Ahtis quests. We're not doing those right now.
Now this boy left, said the son of Annikki Tähti. My assistant will keep work in the glove and the house standing. Lomille lomps, holiday humps.
He said he was going on holiday.
Get out of here while the building's sealed. Let alone go on a holiday.
He said? Yeah, no, I'm not joking, Javan. They turned him into your stereotypical geek. You know the one. And they dropped him in real world. And the best part is he's reading all these comics about this stuff, and he's like, oh, wow, okay, that sucks, and he's making fun of it. But it turns out all his family and friends and loved ones who are somehow there, don't even ask, all are terrified of him because they read about all the evil things he did. No, there's no running. Just realized. What's in those ones? I guess it doesn't matter. The furnace. Why aren't we allowed to burn outdated paperwork in it? It seems like a waste of a perfectly good fire. I'm just trying to save you a few bucks and a lot of sweat. Usually people in suits appreciate that, right? What is this furnace even heating? And who's even in charge of it? I mean, it's always lit, but I never see anyone tending to it. And the noise it makes isn't a little, I don't know, off? I mean, I can't be the only one who hears a weird wheezing or whatever. Someone should take a look at that thing. Might be time for a replacement. Hold up, what? Oh, that's the Alan Wake thing. Spoilers. Okay. Mirror procedures. Hanging mirror, oval in shape. The frame is made of ornate wrought-legal brass. The item does not reflect its surroundings accurately. The item's effect is complex. Most notable is the fact that the glass transports individuals to a paranatural space when touched. In this space is an imperfect reflection of our reality. Some objects inside the reflection are simple mirror images, others are while some do not appear at all. The reflection only contains areas with a distance from the item itself. Relocating the item has proven that the reflection changes to depend on its surroundings. Agents have been sent in to explore the reflection. Has been observed in the test subjects inside, believed to be psychosomatic. Prolonged exposure to the reflection is not advisable. Oh, for God's sakes. I cleaned up the funk. Oh, whatever. I don't even care. I don't even care. I am not doing this. Get me out of here. I'm so sick of the combat already. Like, you know how it's like a logarithmic curve, right? It's like the amount of which you're tired of it just gets worse, and then worse and worse and worse in a shorter period of time, you know? That's okay. I got this. Excuse me, this is my room? Oh, whatever.
Hyvä näkymys. Selkämeren eteläosa uudesta. Pohjoisosa merenkurkku ja tällainen vaihtelevaa tuulta 30 Hyvä näkymys. Tää ravintolassa tänään myyntä, utua, näkyvyys, yli 20 kilometriä.
Yeah, I don't know what they're saying. He's saying.
15
Yeah, clearly Mr. Drainclog thing has decided to take advantage of his holiday.
Yli 20.
Oh, for Christ's sakes.
Kokassään 17, aamu 3, melkein selkeää. Yli 20.
Well, so far we've had the mold, the hiss, and the clog. I sure hope there's no more, although I have a very strong suspicion that the I forget what it's called is going to be in this game.
Uuttyö 18, etelä 3, melkein selkeää.
What I miss.
Nyham 17.
Aha! Missed one. There we go.
20. Tyyntä, selkeää, yli 20.
Rose, I do not want to sleep in that bed. Or be here. Ever. I would like to not be here anymore, please. That, what? That's new. I got the keys, right? Yeah, I did. Oh, duh. Actually, I even saw this earlier. You say that, Roxy. A response team was dispatched to a possible AWE in progress at Albany. At the scene, the team encountered and retrieved AL-63. The Bureau had discovered numerous online message boards regarding loud noises coming from an abandoned shipping warehouse belonging to the Corporation. The 2K Corporate. Local law enforcement had discovered numerous bodies in various states of mutilation in the vicinity. This, along with the noises, were considered to be evidence of a werewolf, due to the fact that they only occurred in the last 3 full moons. Field Agent accompanied a squad of ranger trainees to the site as a form of field training. The likelihood of a genuine AW was considered low. Despite this evaluation, the team encountered a highly volatile altered item, which they successfully retrieved. That was 2006. Our good friend Arish did that. Alright, Ahti, what are you doing here? Yes, I noticed that you're attacking me over there, thanks. You know what? No, I got an idea. So anyways, and then I made it to the other side of the quarry. Heroes seem safe. So, okay. I was about to be really upset that I killed someone who wasn't hiss infected until he faded. Upon arrival, the squad broke into the warehouse and discovered boxes of undelivered merchandise abandoned by the previous owner of the warehouse. As they investigated the noise, along the south side of the building caused it to collapse inward. Wooden crates in accelerated physical from rendered Field Agent and 2 of the trainees unconscious. The others escaped the warehouse before it collapsed entirely. In the rubble, they found AL-63 at the origin of the attracting and repelling debris. They stood guard around the item until the moon set, at which point the altered effect ceased. They returned the item to the Bureau without further incident. No fatalities occurred. The collapse of the warehouse was not witnessed by civilians, and thus no reinforming of the communications department was required. Oh yeah. Nope. This is super duper safe. This is definitely the kind of thing I'm doing. You mind. Apparently you don't. Jesus Christ. I don't think I even hit him. Hang on, let me fix my window over here so I can take my notes properly. Where am I? Was this? Yeah, this was. Take 2. Oh, right. I probably should hit the button. Oh, for God's sakes. Away. God, I really do feel like an X-Men. Leave me alone! Fling, fling, fling. Quick! Subdue him! Just leave me alone! Fling, fling, fling. Right? I mean, that's a pretty typical X-Men story. Over here. God, Senator Kelly. Why don't you leave me alone? Fling, fling, fling. Damage after kills plus 81%. We'll try that out. What? Yep, that's the Polaris therapy, and that's Style and Faden, and none of this is new. I've read all these. Go away. Is this thing here yet? Jesus Christ. Come here. Come here. God. Uh-oh. Or the corpse I'm about to fling at you. God, I've said a lot of weird things since I started my video gaming career. You know? No, I actually know that you can skip this thing entirely because speedrunners do it. It's actually quite hard to do, though. Like, you have to get a very specific angle, and there's death planes on the way. And you do the dash trick all the way across. It's still faster by, like, a minute. You know, Ahti, you're a wonderful singer. But if you don't stop singing, I'm going to kill everything in the entire world. Where did I get this I don't even want to know. Oh, I can just take my headphones off. Yay! Congrats, Roxy. I am not a fan of tango, no. No judgment, just not my thing. In fairness, my musical tastes are terrible. So, you know. Surely this is close. I'm not going to risk it. I'm not going to risk it. Wait. Wait. Wait a little bit longer. Oh my god! Oh, I can't stand Johnny Cash. No thank you. Again, no judgment.
There's something up ahead. Do you see it?
Excerpt from Altered Speech. The results are incredible, but more so the speed of the discovery, which allows us. AL14 copies our speech, but after numerous tests, we've discovered that certain words are missing from its vocabulary. We began isolating these words, cross-referencing them with esoteric texts from early days of the Bureau. We found that these words, when arranged in a particular formation and spoken at varying speeds and cadences, elicit a reaction from altered materials. We tested this specific string of words, a formula, if you will, on the other altered items kept to the examination hall. Varying physical responses were recorded with each one with an 82% success rate. We've proven that words can tangibly affect these items. Yeah, it's almost like there's a resonance. Specific applications must be explored, possibly for containment or identification purposes. This will drastically change our approach moving forward. Yet to think, there's still more words to be found. 1980 is when that came in. Ahti? You, Ahti? Listen, I know you're enjoying your vacation. But I'm currently walking through...
Holidays, holy.
Oh god, I can't think of the name of it. The Dwarven Pillar City. In the middle of Moria.
Ahti?
Did you miss me? Did you have peace in your song? Yes. No. Bark don't make a wound. You did good. Take my cassette player. You can borrow it. The song is a present from my friends to you. It will get you through the maze so you can do your job.
Thanks, Ahti.
Did it just happen? Of course it did. He gave me his cassette player. It'll get me through the maze, huh? The janitor always has the keys.
A good janitor does. Oh, hang on. Actually, while we're here, can I upgrade, here's, I guess, no, I can make charge. Let's go ahead and make charge finally. I've been meaning to do this. Kind of want to upgrade, but I want to waste my source, so we'll hold off on that for right now. So let's try out charge, shall we? Whatever that is. Blasting into, sure. I have a really good feeling that this is a rocket launcher. Definitely not just because Esej just used it against me. Whoops, sorry. Okay. Back down to the Ashtray maze. It actually says a lot, doesn't it, Kira White Noise? This super mega impenetrable maze, which the janitor has a back door to. But that is correct. That is proper security.
Take control. Take control.
Didn't mean to interrupt you there, Jesse. Sorry. Alright, I think a negative is due for that. It definitely feels like a negative. No, okay, I am obviously joking, but that is actually awesome, and I'm going to try to explain why in the stupidest way possible. I need to make a note about that, too. Now, that was awesome. It was moderately enjoyable. But the problem with that section is that's what the whole game should have been. Hold on a second. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, Laura, you can't make every moment awesome. First of all, you can, but more to the point, I don't mean exactly that. What was that section? Let's actually zoom out for just a second. In gameplay design, what did we just see? What we just saw was a level very carefully, manually crafted to be kinda awesome. To kind of funnel us in a way and use the terrain and use the enemies and use the level as part of the encounter. What we just did was an encounter, to put it into the most basic terminology. And good encounter design is what these kind of games are made of. And yeah, so they used the music, they used the visuals of the collapsing building, they used the style of the level and the folding out and how it moves and changes to make some very interesting and fascinating encounters and arenas with well-designed enemy placement throughout, encouraging you to use all kinds of things to just kind of awesome your way through it. It wasn't quite a hyper beam moment, you know, the gravity gun thing that Neurozaz mentions, but it was, like I said, what the game probably should have been. And you're thinking, how? That's not possible, or how could you possibly have that much awesome throughout the whole game? One of the things I've been talking about for a while is that many games, not all, but many games could serve by taking all of the encounters through it, removing about 80% of them, and elevating, using all that extra time and effort, and elevating these individual encounters, the 20% remaining, so that they're spread out and each one is very carefully designed. Just like the one we just did. Make sense? So if instead of just the trash we encountered in the game, every encounter in the game was something that was manually crafted like the one we just encountered, that would be awesome. And multiple of the things I don't care for this game would be kind of gone, right? So I am going to give the positive, because duh, that was very well designed from a gameplay axis and a general production axis. That was fun. Do I have an example of a game that does that? Other than ones I've run? No, not off the top of my head. I'm sure there is an example of that. I suppose Pillars of Eternity 2 qualifies. So Pillars of Eternity 2 had very, very few encounters in it. But each encounter, well, most of the encounters, like 90% of the encounters, were very well designed, like we just did. Now, obviously, that's not quite as awesome as going through an Ashtray maze while Heavy Rock's playing, but the point is, they put thought and effort into each encounter, and it goes down to something I've been saying in D&D since, God, I don't know, like the 90s at this point. One of my design mentalities when it comes to running games is that each encounter is a boss fight. Now, I don't mean that in terms of difficulty, I mean that in terms of design, how much thought and effort I put into every encounter the party encounters. You generally don't... Javid can actually attest to this. He played in the Primus campaign. You generally don't fight trash when I'm GMing. There are exceptions, because, you know, it's a tool like any other tool. No, I agree completely, the Dust Spider. It's funny, because PoE 1 does the exact opposite. It throws wave after wave of useless trash at you, which you don't even get experience for. It is a complete waste of your time, and it got so boring and sloggy that I was sick of it by, like, the end of the first act in PoE 1. Possibly Larian? I don't know. I actually don't know much about the behind the scenes on this one, because, duh. Pretty scary, Trihexia. Pretty scary. A lot of story potential there, too. And yeah, you noticed how, people were pointing it out in chat, you noticed how the Ashtray maze started helping us out against the Hiss about 2/3 of the way through the maze as we were progressing through it. There's like a progression of that, you know? Yeah, Divinity Original Sin 2, sorry, that's another good example of a game that manually crafts each fight. I will say DOS 2 has too many fights, but at the very least, they are all manually crafted, and I think all of them are skippable. But anyways. Yes, Nero's as. Yeah, I like that too, Mouse. Okay, what?
We used the slide projector. I led the expeditions into Slidescape 36. They told me not to go. The director should not put himself in danger. I told them to fuck off. I've seen action before, and I had to witness this myself. To find some meaning in all of this, I couldn't sit on my ass, alone with my thoughts, my memories. Anything but that. Those who survived were deeply affected by what we found there, by what Darling brought back. It changed everything. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing remains to be seen. But I did find my meaning in that desert. A sound, like a needle drilling in, cutting through the containment suit, reverberating in the base of my skull. My whole being. Darling said it was nothing. But he was wrong. It's been there ever since, growing into a certainty, into an understanding of what's at stake here, what kind of a threat we're facing, and what must be done to stop it. Expedition into Slidescape 36. What Darling brought back changed everything.
Has anyone else seen the janitor mopping up around here? Isn't this a restricted area? Who gave him permission to come in here, and how did he get through the maze? So, to go back to something Takoida and I were talking about yesterday, I think, actually.
You want me here. Finding the projector was how this all began. What started in ordinary ends here. You, me, Dylan. We've all come full circle.
So there's a common concept which is used in several works. I shouldn't say that. There is an uncommon concept which is used in several works. All the Vampire the Masquerade, all the World of Darkness stuff does it. I swear I've seen some video games do it, and I know I've seen this in a show and a couple of books. It's the idea that having something ordinary and mundane helps level out your psychology, your mental health HP, and in the process of so doing, you have a better capacity to deal with the as part of the weird, as part of your job, right? The paranormal or the magical or whatever it happens to be. So I bring this up because I have an extremely strong belief that Trench got worse because he just kind of moved everyone else out of his life, lost his wife, lost his daughter, and disconnected himself from everyone to the point where he had no friends or allies. He was just the boss. And I can't help but think that that's not accidental, that is, at the very least, a large contributor as to why he went, ugh. Now, you might think, well, but Jesse's been through some stuff too, right? Yeah, but Jesse's been very grounded this entire time. And I mean that very literally. I mean, she's worked as a janitor, for God's sakes. Or busking tables is one thing she mentions at one point. And just having that normalcy, she also has Polaris, can't discount that. But my point is that she has had a grounding element to her psychology to allow her to level a little bit, right? And this is pure theory, but I think this kind of thing applies in real life too, as Javan just hinted at, that we do need a degree of whatever we define as normalcy, something to help ground us, to help deal with severely stressful situations. I'm not going to get into too many specifics from personal experience, but I do know that there are accounts of people who have worked on things, in terms of high-level science, for example. That's interesting. Or with regards to military endeavors that have had a normal life to help them deal with what they deal with on their jobs, But again, that is pure theory. I don't actually know if that's true or not. Yeah, that's a great way to put that, Tin-Headed Hydra. Oh, there it is. Alright, you see this, Nero says? Unless I get $50 right... No, I'm joking. To all Dimensional Research staff, I've heard the numerous people around complaining about the sand piling up around Dimensional Research. The sand is precious research material from a foreign dimension and will be examined more thoroughly when I have time. If you attempt to clean or dispose of the sand, I will bar you from any future research endeavor. You will spend the rest of your career licking envelopes in a cubicle staring at a cat poster. Do not touch my sand, Dr. Darling. Yeah, to put this into my dome. To put this into different perspective, if I was actually director at this place and I didn't have, for example, my niece to help ground me, I'm not sure I could deal with this nonsense. But if I did, if I could go visit her periodically and be like, hey, kiddo, spend some time playing ball or video games or whatever.
There was a doorway here. To where Dylan and I went, where the projector took us, where we met you. The Bureau opened the same door here, but there's just an echo now. Are you close? Just on the other side?
Yeah, I hate to keep quoting Mass Effect 2, but favorite nephew, right? Yeah, there's a lot of interesting visuals in this game.
The projector's not here. Moved again. What did Darling do with it? I've got to find out.
Warning. Do not touch or move the projector. Warning. Yeah, it's funny you say that, Javan. Do you happen to know the first real job I had, and had for quite a few years?
Slide is a physical portal into another dimension. Only one slide remains. The projected image from each slide is a physical portal into another dimension. Only one slide remains. Dylan's sister burned the rest in ordinary before we could intercept. The text on it, color slide film, this side towards screen, and the number 36. The topography of slidescape 36 bears deep wave marks. On the slide and in the distance, there's a formation of 5 pillars like crude, outstretched fingers. There were casualties on our first expedition. Communication is an issue. There is no sound there, as if you've gone deaf, and radios don't work. Correction, resonance from an unknown source in part within the range of audible frequency. It acts in unpredictable ways, causing feedback loops that can tear you apart. Trench insists he heard something else. It made his ears bleed. Our equipment found no evidence of anything beyond the primary resonance. Trench's medical tests show nothing amiss.
Oh, absolutely, Nexus. As for Batman, I'd depend on who Bruce has at that point in his life, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think Alfred would be enough to get Bruce through this, but maybe if he had the whole Bat family, you know? Especially Dick.
Dylan's sister burned the rest in ordinary before we could intercept. The text on it, color slide film, this side towards screen, and the number 36.
But yes, Jobbin, janitor. Go figure. Yeah. Whoop, wrong button. Sorry. Unfortunately, I don't actually think the doctor went crazy. Not in the traditional sense of the word. Imagine, if you will, for a moment. I should make a note of this for the room. Imagine, if you will, that you are really smart, and you realize that a giant meteor is going to collide with the Earth and kill almost everyone on the planet. You know this with total certainty. Yeah, you realize the Reapers are on the way. The Borg are real, and they're on their way to Earth. You can insert whatever scenario you want here, because the scenario doesn't really matter. There is doom coming. You know it. What do you do about it? And I think that's what was going on with Darling. I think he realized the scope and gravity of the problem, and worse, understood how little he could do about it. So he came up with those things, because what else could he do? I think he did something else, too. I'm not sure what. It's just narrative law, by the way the story is constructed, insists that he did something else as well. But I honestly don't have any pieces to put together what I think he did elsewise. So, consider that a vague idea. Hedron and Hedron residents are arguably the greatest assets this Bureau has ever possessed. The security of the Hedron is unspeakably vital, which is why we have from the majority of the Bureau employees. This report details the containment procedures required for the Hedron containment chamber, including details on the being pumped into the containment cell, mechanical upkeep of the resonant siphons, and the arrangement of the acoustic pillars to dampen or amplify the sonic range of the chamber. Note: for some more information on the proper operational procedures of this resonant siphons, an additional report is coming. Resonance siphons. Well, yeah, that's... I suppose the nature of the disaster does matter, because it has to be a disaster that some people can survive, that you can do something about. You can't stop it. You can't prevent the meteor from hitting the Earth. You get a bunker going. Maybe 2. Wait, I'm sorry, what? Avoid modern technology. Yeah. Alright, which one's the real one? Yeah, it is kind of the Cassandra thing. The key distinction, as absolutely horrible as this sounds, is you have to be smart enough to comprehend the threat. Because, I mean, it's the Saruman thing, isn't it? The only wise choice is to join with Sauron. Because there is no hope. Because Saruman... Okay, I know this is not true in the books, but in the movies, Saruman comprehended the level and scale and scope of the threat. And he realized that there was no hope, so he capitulated. Now, Darling didn't capitulate. He struggled. He threw 3 little probes at the Borg cube. Oh, okay. You're gonna put the solution right there. I'll go for that.
Expedition 3. We located the source of the resonance in Slidescape 36. It is an entity, a living organism of a considerable mass. I've named it Hedron based on its physical shape.
Hedron.
We built a
Was
container
that
for it.
you? Did he bring you here? Is that why you brought me here? You're here. You're here. They have you.
I'm sorry. This is all cool, but I kind of want to see the rest of that. And that is a man who knows a meteor is coming. Right there.
I'm Dr. Casper Darling, and this is my final message. It's not the end. But after this, I won't. I exposed myself to Hedron resonance fully. It's changing me. I've seen. I've been shown so much. Slidescape 36 was where Hedron stopped the spread of another. It's terrifying. It really is. It's another source of resonance. Trench was exposed to this other. It will now spread. I've done everything I can to stop it. The Hedron resonance amplifiers. I don't know if it'll make a difference. I won't be here when it happens. I should have told him any more. I'm being sent one more lesson. Something wonderful, I think.
I don't know if I'd want a red agency myself for Hexia, but I think it would be better for a rogue agency to be more of like a side villain in a future work. I still think it could work though.
Yes. Expedition 3. We located the source of the resonance in Slidescape 36. It is an entity, a living organism of a considerable mass. I've named it Hedron based on its physical shape, the part that we can perceive. I honestly think there's the resonance it emits, the frequencies. We've never seen anything like it. We've built a container for it, and we brought it in. This changes everything. It's beyond our understanding. We have brought so many questions with us through that hole in the wall. I will dedicate... I'm never going home. Okay.
Interesting. Thank you, Permeus. Always appreciate. I do hope you're doing as well as you can be. And that one's going for Evil Genius 2. Game I'm kind of looking forward to. Hopefully it's better than the first one, because I didn't really like the first one as much as I was hoping I would.
I thought I'd never see you again. Hang on, I'm coming.
So, credit to the voice actress, she's legitimately more enthused about seeing Hedron, Laris, than she was about seeing her brother. How do I get down here? Oh, get. Oh, we're way out here. Okay. Yeah, exactly, Permeus. I honestly rather disliked the first one because of the specific implementation and execution of most of its concepts. Love the idea, though.
Through here? You are coming through so strong. Darling used this HRA to lock the door. I have to rip it off to get in. Are you sure? Okay, I'll be there. Hang on.
Yeah, this seems like an absolutely terrible idea.
I made it.
And that's why.
The hole in your room is a hole in you. You gave it, we let you into the hole in you! You have only spent here, the only child, a copy.
That's a lot.
Why did you... This was a mistake.
Oh my god. That's a lot of people. Suffer me now. Wish. Give me some cover, would you? Or die. That's also acceptable. I like that idea, Trihexia. Maybe like a gray Jedi game. Truthfully, no, Sierra Mike. I stand by what I said. I don't actually think he went insane. We'll deal with that. Really? Now? of my favorite things about the multi-throw is the multi-target. I was just about to go down and get some help, too. Let's see how much of that we just lost. I'm afraid it's going to be all of it, but we'll see. Yeah, that looks like all of it. I'm not sure where I am at this point. Ah, never mind, I still am. Wait, maybe? Yep. Is it... Looks like it's already in the air. Interesting. The checkpointing has been legit. Did I give a plus for that? I did. Good. Making sure. You. Much more useful. Yeah, no, I agree, Kira White Noise. Despite my deaths, this is a far more interesting encounter than any other encounter in the game other than the Ashtray maze. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, we're at the same phase. We're at the second tier here. It's just... Like, it knows where I was. Honestly, the only thing in the whole game that hasn't been properly checkpointed It was the frickin' jukebox. Go figure, right? So, no more messing around. There's the problem. Got a solution for that. Ooh. Nope, nope. Friggin' rockets. God, they've been killing me since the beginning of the game, too. That is a lot of nonsense in that area. Oh, there's an idea for a gameplay mode. Make a two-player co-op mode. One player plays the player, the other one plays the building. Actually, that gives me an idea for a game, but let's not get into that. Like, you've seen Man of Steel, right? When they're in the spaceship. Think that. Except one player is playing the building, or the ship. And slightly less overpowered. Because, you know, it's a game. Yeah, that also sounds like the kind of thing where your friend will kill you at least once. You know, the Magica effect, I believe is what that's called. I need to deal with this jackass. No? Alright, whatever. You. Go be a distraction. Yeah, exactly, Roxy. I can actually picture it in my head. Wrong button. Need your help, please. There we go. Also need your distraction, please. What is shooting at me? Hey, Phil Monterey. I'm enjoying myself, despite its issues.
Away from her!
Which I suppose is the definition of a net positive. So that was mean. I can't even imagine what the next one's going to be like. I mean, I totally can, but you know, whatever. Let's do it. Assholes. I didn't mean to get in the air. There we go. That's because they are Trihexian. Oh my god, how many more of these are there? I don't have... There we go. I didn't have camera control. Yeah, so the way it works, it's kind of a neat system. You mind control them, their health goes to full, but then drains continuously. I don't think I can show it off right now because I'm not at the thing, but if you upgrade it, the amount of drain decreases, so they last longer. But, you know, that's neat. Not even looking at it. Not worth my time. What have we got in shadow right now? Damage, spread, damage. Yeah, pretty much, John. Someone earlier was saying, you're going to like this power lore, and I'm like, why?
The poster comes down, and there's nothing there. It's just the cell. And death. I was wrong. There was never anything there. Hello? Dolores, are you there? Please.
The actress again.
Let me sleep. Please. I just want to sleep. Now, let me sleep.
You are wormed through time. The thunder song distorts you. Happiness comes. Like pearls will.
Well, that was a pretty good game, I think. The ending's a little bit weird for me. Honestly, I don't know. I feel like they could have done a few other things with it, but it is kind of keeping in the trend of the kind of horror, surreal thing, you know? It's definitely something that makes me wonder why the guys, I think my computer's having some issues here. Yeah, no, that track. So I knew this was coming. Obviously, I've seen a speedrun of this game, and as a natural course of the speedrun, you kind of have to go through that.
You can't find good help.
Now we have
How may I help you?
this section.
And in management's hands, first thing
The
tomorrow.
Bureau's the best at what it does.
Gygus, nears us. Nears us.
Americans from farm threats.
There's the new girl, standing around daydreaming, when she should be getting work done. Who the hell does she think she is? The director?
In all and total honesty, I could see that working as a fake-out ending, given the nature and type of the game, which is a good reason why they decided to, you know, reveal it very quickly. You notice it made maybe a page of scrolling before it started wigging out, and then it started wigging out very severely right after that, which was a good move, because you don't want to you don't want to fake out your players too much, right? Anyways, yeah, you remember when our brother was talking about this horrific nightmare of us just being stuck as an office worker forever? And I said, that sounds like hell. Welcome to hell. Alright, let's go ahead and deliver the coffee. And get some mail. Go ahead and do that. Gotta tidy up the coffee cups.
Time is money. Please give me a chance. I can do better.
Deliver some mail here. Gotta deliver some mail. Yep.
You're dismissed. Let me know if you need anything else.
You're dismissed.
My pleasure.
Yeah. As with so many things, this is so effective because of how believable this is. It makes me wonder if someone on Remedy has worked this job before. I know I have.
No problem.
Side little note, they're all wearing the vests. Just random tidbit there.
That'll be all.
Glad to be of assistance.
Notice we're getting dialogue from empty desks, too, just to add to the surreality of the thing. But,
I've got nothing more for you.
Anything for the Bureau.
Alright, let's go get some scans in. Oh, right, I don't have superpowers, because I'm a normal office worker.
I'll do my best.
Good. Get all the God, what people, do you need to leave coffee all over the place? Come on. Clean up after yourselves a little bit. You know, it's all I'm asking.
No, not today. A research project he has to oversee? Yes, top secret stuff. Like, strictly classified. Oh, he is, isn't he? Did you see him sing karaoke at the Christmas party? Oh, dreamy. Ugh, don't remind me. We have this new office girl, and I honestly don't know how she got the job. Like, no experience. Every little thing needs to be explained. Internal recruiting, if you can believe it. I heard she was in maintenance before.
Janitor.
Really?
Actually.
Yeah, I did. Oh, go. I gotta go. Call you later. Okay. Yes, we will.
By the way, did you notice that the Deliver Mail quest came back? Because that's how that works. This is totally a plus, by the way. I mean, duh. I mean, this is one of the few things I knew was coming. And, yeah. Good, I'm not sure about gameplay. I want to play through it a bit more. But it's definitely a plus to story.
We have a crisis on our hands. Yes, rather serious actually. Hey, Miss Marshall called in sick today. She was taken to the hospital. We don't know if she's coming back. Miss Marshall really is quite ill. But only the director's secretary ever brings in his mail. Who's going to do it today? He's been waiting for his mail all day, but no one's stepping up. Honestly, I'd hate to be here when the director realizes his mail isn't coming.
Oh, it totally does, Spider. Yeah, visually, audibly, and in terms of the repetitive, boring tasks, this is exactly what it needs to be. This is horrifying. I used to work a tech support at a factory. It was not a particularly enjoyable job. One of the game ideas I dreamt up at the time, and I usually don't like to give out my game ideas, but I'm probably never making this one, so whatever. One of the game ideas I came up with it at the time, and I never knew how to really express it, was imagine this, obviously much worse because I'm terrible, but imagine this, and the point of the game, the entire function of the game is to try to break out of the system, to do something to get out of this nightmare. And of course, if you do anything too severe, well, that's horrible, right? It's, oh my God, you don't want to become someone who is going postal, for example. But you get the general idea, right? Trying to improve or fix or just escape such a soul-crushing existence. Yeah, actually, the Dust Spider, to use a recent example. Thank you, as always, Swerby. Much appreciated. Thank you. I will put that towards Bug Fables. Or yeah, Stanley Parable, except worse. Or Papers, Please. Actually, you know what? Yeah, Papers, Please sounds a lot like what I was going for. The thing is, with the advantage of time and age, first of all, people like what she is doing right now are actually invaluable to a large-scale bureaucracy. The catch is you need to take care of those people, because this can be a very soul-crushing job. Don't treat them like the lesser. Don't treat it like they're wasting your time. Take care of them in terms of health, benefits, and financial compensation for what they're doing. They are critical. They are glue to your bureaucracy. They keep all the little tiny stuff that most other people don't notice or don't have time for dealt with. Right? And for God's sakes, allow upward mobility. If they want to move up somewhere, leave that freaking door open, right? And yeah, Roxy is quite correct. Someone in this position can cause a huge amount of damage. One of my favorite lines in Fight Club, and I don't remember the full line, is, "We're the ones who shine your shoes. We're the ones who clean your clothes. We're the ones who fix your toilets. Do not screw with us." That's true, Plutonia. You're right. In this exact fantastical scenario, they're even more valuable than usual. God. I know. Everyone, there's an old joke that everyone who's a specialist in X thinks that X is the solution for everything, but I'm sorry. Janitors, both in terms of literal and in terms of metaphorical, are ridiculously required for a society to function. Okay, I'm done. Rant off. Please take this as a positive. There's a reason I love this scene. The reason I knew that this positive was coming.
I'll do my best.
Possibly two positives. Like, this is awesome. I should also mention, okay, this is technically a negative, and I'm probably going to codify this negative, but it's funny how much more I'm enjoying this game now that I'm not doing the side quests. Now, I shouldn't say that sentence. In many games, the side quests are awesome, right? They're meat, they're content, I can't wait to go do the Fighters Club guild quests, or I can't wait to do the loyalty missions or whatever. In this game, the whole time, for most of today, if you've been paying attention, we've been primarily doing side quests. The whole time, my attitude has just been kind of, okay. With a couple of exceptions, there have been some exceptions. But as soon as we got back to the Ashtray maze and onwards, it's just been awesome. So, speaking of things I'd probably edit if I was in charge of Control, honestly, just nix the side quest and spend all that time and effort and money on something else. Yeah, exactly. The weird power side quests have been legit. Going and dealing with the mold, that was pretty cool. But, like, ugh. Yeah, you get the idea. That's interesting, Zero Mike. All right, so enough gushing. Let's get back to the awesome. Hold up. More gushing. You realize the pacing of this is perfect, right? Hang on, I'm actually going to jot that one down. Yeah, exactly, Nexus of Concordia. So yeah, I'm going to give another story positive. So let me explain what I meant by that. All right, we've got to go find Ahtis. So we're going to go through this whole area and these several lengthy combat sections, and it's kind of stressful. Then we have this long, sort of weird section, and then we have awesome of the Ashtray. Damn it, Sierra Mike. Yeah, I hear that voice in my head every day. And then we have what is effectively a slow build-up to, let's call it what it is, the climax of the Hedron. We're finally seeing Polaris. They even interrupt a cutscene, if you paid attention, to have Jesse vocalize how, oh my god, I'm finally going to meet you, I'm finally going to see you. And then pull the plug. And what they do, so I talk about pacing a lot visually in terms of like a graph. So we had the Ashtray maze, which is a peak, but then we kind of plummeted down into another slope, which slowly rose until we did the final, the big fights to defend the Hedron. And then the Hedron breaks, and then we have a straight down plummet. And this whole section, in terms of tone, is, I'm going to tell you right now, it's going to stay right down here. And it's going to beautifully contrast everything from basically when we went to find Ahtis up until now. That is brilliant pacing. Okay.
Pick it up. Right away, ma'am.
You never, ever, 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 ever say to one of these people, pick it up with that tone. Don't do that. Even if they're not going to do something to screw you over, be a decent human being. And yeah, I think you're absolutely right, Jovan. There's a car-sized chunk of whale blubber that is on their psyche. Just weighing them down with... It's not even mundanity, it's actually worse than that in many ways. Hey, look, time to tidy up the coffee cups. God, that's brilliant. Just repeating. Just straight up repeating.
No, he's not in. No, not today. A research project.
I mean, I'm not going to replay Control if that's what you mean, Sierra Mike.
Right away.
But if you want me to lump Alan Wake 1 and 2 together, we can do that. I have not played Alan Wake. It's one of the only Remedy games I haven't played.
It won't happen again, I promise.
Yeah, being the cog that doesn't get maintenance is never fun. I'm sorry, there's something I'm looking for. So forgive me for a moment here.
I am so sorry. I'm new here.
God, it's actually hard to see. Although I'm not too
Right away.
bothered by that. Where is he? That I could do, Sierra Mike. I've gotten the "you're late too" thing, and it's funny because I know you wouldn't know it because I usually start stream a few minutes late, but percentage-wise, in my life, I'm usually early to my jobs, and I've still gotten the "you're late" thing.
The nerve of this woman. What does she think she is?
By the way, I'm pretty sure those 3 quests just loop forever. Just forever. Until you're tired of doing it.
Are you sure you are not lost?
There you are.
Maybe you can find yourself in the director's office.
I mean, who's gonna be nice to the other underrungs of society?
Oh, great. I was just waiting for my mail. Just leave it on the desk there, please. Please, take the outgoing mail as well. Thank you.
What is happening? I don't like this. No, this isn't me. I'm not me. I can't. Why can't I feel you? Oh, I've forgotten something. I can't think. Oh, I'm lost.
Yeah, Polaris has been with her for 17 years.
Feel anything. I don't want to be alone here.
The really messed up thing.
Where am I? What is this? Why won't it end? Wake up, please. I want to go home.
In real life, I don't think we can really process what she's going through right now. Imagine having a voice, a consciousness that has been with you at every level, in the most intimate level available, sharing your thoughts and mind for 17 years. And then, it's gone. Oh my god, it did. I didn't even notice that. Well, hang on, let's deliver some mail. Yeah, like imagine you suddenly go blind, or imagine you lose a leg, or whatever. It's hard to equate something like that to real life because, well, this is fiction. But, God, that's horrifying. God, even the plants are gray, even when we walk near them.
Don't let it go to your head.
Yeah, I lost the usage of my leg for the better part of a year, and that's nowhere near as how bad this was.
Fine. Now get out of here.
Yeah, the lighting's shifting a bit. If nothing else, it's most obvious on our hair.
That'll be all.
You're dismissed.
Gotta do the job. Gotta hurry. Don't want to upset the boss. I don't need another mark on my record. It's the last thing I need is for someone else to give me another reason to dock my wages again. I need to ask for some PTO this week because my sister's going to give birth and I need to be there for her in order to help take care of the kids. And I just can't. I'm so sorry. Let me get those scans for. I'm sorry, I forgot about this. Let me get those scans for. Hang on. Okay. Yeah, I'm leaning towards the plus to gameplay as well for this section. This is ruddy brilliant.
As painful as it is, it's a relief to admit the weight has been lifted. The director is crazy.
And so I should probably mention that I'm kind of taking my time so you could really, you know, take this in. I know from experience, because speedruns, you can blaze through this very quickly. Just like the earlier thing with the credits, that's important. You want to make your point, but you can't overstay your welcome when it comes to things like this. Because this could get irritating or frustrating or old or boring if it goes on too long. So again, I'm kind of taking my time to really soak it in. But you don't have to.
Doesn't she know how dangerous the old director is? He's unstable.
Notice, by the way, things are a little bit less hemped than the last loop.
Director's office.
Actually, yeah, Aimless Baron, that's a perfect example of that. With the bank quest in Witcher 3. That could have been irritating if it overstayed itself. By the way, notice the reds are really starting to pop. There's a term for that. What's that called? Javan, you might know that one. The carpet's more obvious, but you get it. Here, hang on. I can actually just pull this up right now. Let's see here. No, it's an LUT. That's what it is. See? Like this. Although, actually, a better example would probably be this? No, that's not the one. I know I have one that actually specifically does a... Oh, it's because I don't have it loaded. That's why. There we go. Let's do this one. There we go. Perfect. There, see? Or maybe you can't see. Because it's not loading, because it's paused. There we go. There we go. I probably don't look all that different, but you may or may not notice all you're seeing on my screen right now for my webcam is reds. Everything else is now grayscale. Be a little trick.
You should keep trying. You are getting closer.
I need to go inside. I need to keep moving.
Being a bro, Ahtis.
We've been invaded. I must act. I have a plan. An answer. I'll take the slide projector to the nostalgia department. I'll turn it on. I'll bring the hiss in. I'll fix this. I can hear them plotting against me. We've been invaded, corrupted. I've lost Darling. He was the first to go. He's been exposed to Hedron's resonance. It controls him now. It controls everyone who wears the amplifier device. I ordered them not to use the damn things. They didn't listen. Hedron corrupted the Bureau. They'll never be people again. They're either dead or they're monsters. I'll stop them. I have a secret ally. The nostalgia department. I have my own slide for the projector. I took it. A memento. In ordinary. After the girl burned them. It's burnt, but it'll work. The hiss will save us all. I lost my train of thought. It's confused. Like, somebody, switching channels too fast. I see so much, but it's too fast. On the expedition through the slide, something got into my ear, and it hurt at first. But then it didn't. It started as a distant whisper, like something you hear in a dream. A faraway voice calling you to wake up, I'd open my eyes with those words still on my lips. See, in the dream, they had made perfect sense, but awake, they're like a foreign language, already forgotten. Then the sense of loss hits, like losing a child, like losing yourself. You see, I was being taught a song, a poem, a prayer that would light up my world and make me break through, make all this pain worth it. Something once lost was found, and it made a home in me. A spring with, like, waves carving me, making me see. And it grew until it filled me. And I receded deeper into myself, into this office, locked in this oldest house, which is my aging body. I stared in awe through the people, and I was filled with knowledge and made better. You know, I often feel like I'm being watched. Yeah, like there's someone watching me. They can see me, but I can't see them. I remember it was like this dream I had last night. See, there was this man, here, in this very room. And then, well, sometimes he was a plumber, unclogging the drain, and then, well, because there was a fish stuck there. Yeah, a big fish. But sometimes he was an old god, you see, and he had put the fish there in the first place to keep the waste. There was rising waste from leaking out, so he was he was conflicted, but he knew many things. But he was also sort of senile, like me. It was more like a riddle or an omen. It wasn't a very good one or an interesting one, but I get so confused so easily. It's so very hard to follow everything that's happening.
I won't let them win. That's how it happened. The Hiss got Trench first. He turned on the projector. He let them in.
Called it, by the way.
I have to remember.
Although only partially.
The Hiss is the enemy. This is all inside my head. The Hiss burrowing in. I'm trapped in here.
A whole lot of red in here for some reason. I can't imagine why.
Fuck this shit. None of this is real. I'm not your servant.
Although I'm still gonna do this.
I need to get to Trench's office.
Gotta take care of the coffee. Very important. Okay, now we're good. Did Trench do the right thing? I can't actually answer that one. So I have a theory. God, I love how grayscale everything is. Look at the plants. There is no green on this palette right now. Look at that. Look at that.
I will fight this. I will find a way to push them out.
Welcome back. I knew I chose a good assistant.
I mean, you seem to have a knack for these things, Ahtis.
I need my gun.
The Thunder Soul. You are a worm through time. The Thunder Soul distorts you.
I know what I must do. Start at the beginning. I should have seen it earlier. This is my mess to clean up. My fight. No one else's. I am the director.
Hello, this is Dr. Casper Darling. I have a classified message for the director of the Federal Bureau of Control. I have sad news. Hedron is gone now, but it was not a source. It was a catalyst. Do you understand? You must go to my office, the endgame. It will be revealed.
Happiness comes.
This way, right? I think. Yes. Not a lot of red in here. There's a switch, though.
You're gone. Dead. I can't feel you. I can't. This is what Dylan wanted all along. But there's something. I can feel it, but I don't know what. The motel is a place of power, of change, a place to pass through, connecting everything.
Yeah, I saw that.
This is a dream inside my head. Why shouldn't it take me anywhere I want to go?
Grow brighter.
Really?
Nobody knew her name, but she turned up just the same. There was a knock on the door, a thump on the floor, and the party turned insane as she called out her name. And she walked in looking like dynamite. She said, now come along and boogaloo through the night. And by the way she's moving, well, dynamite, might she not? With all she's got the whole town lighting up dynamite. Nobody quite knowing what to do wrong.
It's possible this will be copy-wronged, but it shouldn't be. This is, yeah, you're absolutely right. This is very darling. That's why I'm smiling. Of course he would do that to try and encourage us.
This is so weird.
No.
But it is my head.
That makes perfect sense.
You're such a weirdo, Jesse.
Wait, if I think that makes perfect sense, does that make me... Ah, don't worry about it.
grow brighter around one constant. They revolve.
Even the chant is shorter. Excuse me, let me say that more clearly.
Is dead.
Even the resonance is shorter.
Alive. Here. In me.
That fits.
Maybe Hedron put you in our heads when we met her. Maybe you were always there. And she was just trying to teach me how to trigger you. Maybe I'll never understand. Maybe I don't need to. Trench was the first to be corrupted by the hiss. Slowly, over the years. His need for control only made it worse. It was Trench who took the projector to the nostalgia department. He opened the door to the hiss. Just like that. With Hedron dead, the hiss tried to corrupt me too. But I'm stronger than them. We're stronger. They're waiting. They'll try to stop us.
Understood. Yeah, no, this all makes way too much sense. Hey, power.
My sister had this dream. Bad dream. And the whole world was dreaming with her.
Dylan?
She convinced herself that she was awake. She's always been stubborn. I knew I had to end her dream. I had to wake her up. I had to rip down the poster she'd been staring at. Cut off her eyelids to make her see.
You don't.
To save her.
Oh, and yes, Nexus Concordia.
He's still there somewhere. Locked inside.
I don't think he is.
I know, because that's how it was for me.
I really don't think he is. These are level 30s? Oh, this is our hyper beam moment. Good night, Vigilant. What's that line from Alucard? Request permission to unlock seals. know we've still got DLC to do tomorrow, but yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the final boss, such as it is. Think that, Juju's. Great tell. Those. I mean, that I could certainly see. This is going to be a hard game to recommend to people, because it is very much its own thing. Which is just, some people are just not going to like it. There's nothing else for that. Excuse me! Rude much. Guys. Fine. I do think this is going on a little bit too long. As before, you don't want to stretch these things too much, good or bad. I mean, that has consistently been the problem, Tin-Headed Hydra.
You are home. You remind us of home. You've taken your boss. Your boss. You.
Yeah, like a couple dozen tracks, yeah.
Dylan's in a coma. I don't know if there's anything of him left in there. If he'll ever find his way back. The portal's been closed, but the hiss is still in the oldest house. And the lockdown can't be lifted as long as any trace of it remains. I'm working on a solution with my management team, but there is still a long road ahead. I'm the director of the Federal Bureau of Control. We're in this together. You and I.
Yeah, that almost irritates me, because yeah, that's just saying, hey, you can keep playing the game. But of course, we do have 2 DLCs to cover, which we'll of course be doing tomorrow. Now, I need to get some coffees, and let's see, I need to deliver these letters. I'm sorry, ma'am, I didn't mean to be late. I apologize. Wait a second. Oh, that would be horrible. I would give that a negative if they pulled that kind of nonsense. Can I tab away? Or that? Well, that's my new outfit. I don't like the hair, but I love the suit. And I hate the office. Die, office. Okay, I just wanted to feel a little bit better about it. We're cool. We're cool. Everything's cool. Ahtis, can you
Shawshank Redemption.
What?
That's the name of the movie I was thinking of earlier.
Oh my god.
Not important, but that was it.
New mission. The Foundation. And again, DLC, but that will be tomorrow. But first, let's codify. Because we've effectively finished the vanilla game, and that's a good time to go ahead and codify a few things. Yeah, I gotta get the oh, right, I don't have to get the power this time. Where the hell am I? This way. Yeah, what was that stupid movie? What's funny is I thought about Shawshank Redemption right on the beginning, because that's, I mean, spoilers, that's how he escapes, right?
Yeah, I found a file on the old director, Northmore. It didn't list any dated death. You know anything about that?
Could be an error. The record staff process a lot of data. Maybe it just slipped through.
Yeah, maybe.
Jesus Christ. That's actually louder than usual. So, let's check our outfits. Yeah, I was gonna say, we got the director suit. I honestly think we're gonna go back to being an X-Men, though, if that's cool. Everyone cool with us being an X-Men? I thought so. We will chat with the staff tomorrow. Tomorrow, I swear. I mainly just wanted to get in a save, which I know doing this saves the game. Codifying, right? Foreshadowing. Babylon 5 effect. Ahtis. Emily Pope. Darling. Duh, I really don't think I need to explain that one. By the way, I gave Darling 2 positives. He's the only character I'm giving 2 positives so far. Yeah, we're giving one to Trench, too. Did I already give that one? I actually do. I'm not joking, and I'm going to say this at the beginning of the rumination. This game makes perfect sense. I'm not crazy. This game makes perfect sense. I'm probably wrong. But I'll hold off on really revealing any of that until we do the DLC, because who knows, it might add something. Now, I just gave a couple of positives to story. Hang on. 1, 2, 3. There we go. 23 pluses to story. I do actually have to give a negative to story. I'm sorry. But I really do feel like that ending was weird. The entire outro was good, but I gave separate positives for the parts of the outro that were good. But then it's just kind of that last little section of the Hyperbeam moment, which didn't feel as awesome as it should have been. We did do the fridge quest. and then, yeah, and then the final thing is to cleanse it from our brother, and then he's in a coma, and I'm the director at the end. And it's like, oh. if not for the fact that there is DLC, that might actually qualify for more than one negative, because it's not just abrupt and weird and doesn't fit the pacing of everything leading up to it, but it's also incredibly unsatisfying. But that is a stumble amidst a lot of awesome. Speaking of which, so I got to jot down a few others here. So we've got mirror, bridge. What, the Fallout 3 thing, Jovan? Because that is actually something we need to decide whenever we review Fallout 3 as well. Does the vanilla ending get a negative? Because, I mean, it was crap. It is D&D night. We will be doing D&D in about 30-ish minutes or so. I'm going to hold off on some thoughts about the mirror and the fridge. I've got some thoughts on that. We'll come back to that. Gameplay-wise, so we gave a plus to the Ashtray maze. I think I am going to give a plus to, for lack of a better way to put it, the outro. I don't think it gets more than one positive because of a few niggles and issues, but I do think the outro overall is good from a gameplay axis. The defensive hedron and the freaking office sequence was awesome. And the hyper beam moment was cool for a little bit until it dragged on just a little too long. I mean, I'm one of those people, Jovan. I beat Fallout 3 before, you know, the expansions, let's call it what it is, ever even came out. Jesse? Jesse's fine. Hey, I gave Darling 2 positives, Dustbiter. What do you want from me? Yeah, exactly, Ceramic. That's why I'm just giving the outro a positive, rather than what could have easily been more than one. Dylan, I don't think Dylan's positive worthy, to be completely honest. He's well done, typical crazy. And that's decent. It's just, it's not something that really engaged me, you know what I mean? Yeah, he did, Jovan. I agree with that. Did I give... I didn't. Whoop, whoop, whoop. So that's actually all my notes for right now, other than a couple of things. So let's finish codifying. So pluses to gameplay, where are we at? Where are we at? Outro, kit, levitate, general boss design. So there are several bosses in this game, and I don't think any of them individually deserve a positive, but they're not bad, and they are enjoyable, kind of, so I'm just going to give A+ for bosses. That's kind of how we do that. Sound design, we mentioned that earlier. That's an obvious. I am, however, going to tack on yet another gameplay negative for something that I've been theorizing about basically all day, which is side quests. There are good side quests, as we talked about earlier, and then there's go kill these 5 enemies in these 5 areas, you know? And that's ignoring the, plong, hey, you need to go do this random Bulletin Bureau quest, which is whatever. No. So, apparently you've never been with us for one of these, Nexus of Concordia, including the game we just played. DLC is baked into the game in question. So, we're not going to change anything. It's just, this is our score at the moment. But we're going to see how the score continues to evolve tomorrow. That's why I say I don't have any more notes, because in my mind, I have effectively finished reviewing the vanilla game. Tomorrow, we will go ahead and hit the DLC, see how we go with that one. But right now, we're looking at a pretty damn solid score. I'm enjoying this game a lot more than I thought I would, despite its issues, and it certainly has issues. What's really sad, if I can talk about this for just a second before I cut off, because I do need to get ready for D&D tonight. Raspberry Jam, the save issue, too much trash, the difficulty curve, and side quests. 5 of the 6 DLCs, or sorry, 5 of the 7 DLCs, are all really easy to fix, right? All of those are things that wouldn't take a lot of effort or work to resolve. And I just wanted to comment on that, because one of the things I like to point out when it comes to negatives is, like, sometimes a game has a negative, and honestly, the amount of work and effort it would do to fix that is extensive, right? But, did I say DLC? I'm sorry. I was probably reading what Nexus of Concordia said. I tend to do that sometimes, or I'll say what I'm reading out loud. Anyways, so 5 of the 7 negatives are things that would be really easy fixes. You could fix those things. You could fix all but one of those in a patch. The last one would take a little bit of gameplay design. That's the Dragon Age 2 problem, the trash problem. But I still think that's the thing that could be smoothed out with a few number adjustments of what you get and where, and your ability, power progression curve, and just kind of removing a lot of the trash, right? And that is something that could be done. But at the very least, the other 4 negatives could be fixed super easily. Anyways, tomorrow we will continue with the DLCs. I feel like I've said that around. For those of you who care, in about 30 minutes, we're going to play Split the Party edition of D&D. My character, a monk dwarf, is completely by himself in the Underdark, currently trying to sneak through a giant pile of demons, while the rest of my party is currently going to the surface. So I'm super dead. Anybody wants to see that, feel free to join us in about half an hour. Otherwise, I'll see you tomorrow.